game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
Wasted World of Sports crew, ahoy. How's everybody doing? Oh, Slim Shady in the house. Yes. Welcome along, everybody. It's the final two games of Magic Round. We're sad for that, but this one is going to be an absolute cracker. Broncos versus the Warriors. Up the Waz. Smash those show ponies. Looking forward to it. And then, of course, we've got the Panthers versus the poor old Dragons. I mean, I really want to see the Dragons put up a fight, but let's be honest. Blatantly honest about it. Nice to have you all here. Welcome along. Stephen Peake. Ahoy, buddy. Clint 007. You need Lecker to get one of the first 3 tries. Well, that's good. I'll take him for any time try scorer myself. He's in my same game multi, along with a few others. Let's talk about this game. Should be a very, very good one. Warriors versus the Broncos. Now, the Warriors go into this as the bookmakers' favorites. They go into this game as my personal favorites. But I've got one very, very huge concern. My big concern is that 33%, oh yes, 33% is the Warriors' win rate at Suncorp Stadium. Now that is not a good win ratio. 33%. This is a chance for the Warriors to stand up and show everybody this is a different team this year. This is a different Warriors. This is a Warriors team that can travel. This is a Warriors team that can consistently run with the big boys. This is their opportunity. That in itself will put extra pressure on them. Can they stand up? I certainly hope they can. You know how I feel about the Broncos. I'm all in on the Wars today. And hopefully they can bring it home. And bring it home convincingly. I mean, that's what I want to see. Chat room, what do you say? Who have we got winning? What's the score going to be? Who are your try scorers? I have got Tane Taupiki, Reece Walsh, Lecker the Wrecker, Halasima, and Jesse Arthurs, the last outlaw. Although he's not the last outlaw anymore because he shaved his moustache. And he shaved his moustache and he's been playing poorly ever since. So there you go. I think there's something in that. There's something in footy players and either getting haircuts or shaving facial hair off. Shibasaki shaved the goatee off. And then he was terrible. He got dropped to reserve grade. Oh, yes, the Joker's in the house. The Warriors Joker has made it all the way here to Brisbane for Magic Round. You love to see it. Emmanuel Walks With You says we don't have a good win rate against the Storm and they're home, but we smashed them and we have won against others at their home fields this year, so hopefully this year is different. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Slim Shady says as long as Reece has had his toilet water, we'll be fine. Here's another thing about Reece Walsh, right? There's whispers around. I don't know if everybody's heard the whispers, but there's whispers around that the Hammer is actually the front runner for the Queensland State of Origin jersey. Now, I suspect, because Reece Walsh has been out of form the past few weeks since he came back from injury. And look, that's perfectly reasonable to expect. A player comes back from injury, you don't necessarily expect that they're going to fire at 100% right from the word go. I just wonder, Billy Slater and Cameron Smith's involved, or was involved anyway, in the selection panel. And even if he's not involved in the selection panel anymore, I'm sure that he's very close with Billy Slater. These are the two people in the know. I just wonder if that wasn't designed, that comment wasn't designed just to bring the best out in Reece Walsh. Because, we know Reece, he's going to step up in the big moments, or at least give it a very, very good crack. Is this comment designed to fire up Reece Walsh and he will come out today and have an absolute blinder? Could be. I mean, a little reverse psychology Jones going on. As the Warriors, the home side... Hang on, where's my air quotes? The home side for today, the Warriors out onto the field. They play the Broncos twice during the regular season this year, and both games are at Suncorp. How about that? As the Newcastle Knights ended up thumping the Titans. Fake Slim Shady, ahoy, mate. So we've got Fake Slim Shady on TikTok and Slim Shady 73 on YouTube. Please tell me that's different people. I'm surrounded by Slim Shadies. Won't the real one please stand up? You knew that I was going to do it. Ghost Particle, ahoy, mate. The Broncos will be kicking off. Warriors receiving. We've got 6 seconds to go until the referee blows that whistle. The referee, of course, is Ashley Klein, so anything could bloody happen. Let's go. Warriors will get first use of it. The kick goes down. And it's the Wars running right to left in the first half. This is fantastic. I'm surrounded by Slim Shadies. It's a good thing I'm an M&M fan, I suppose. Expecting some aggression in this one. Finals-like footy to start this contest, and we're seeing it. Pat Carrigan leading the way defensively for the Broncos. Mook, ahoy there, mate. Security toot ahoy. Innocent Iced Tea, ahoy, mate. Go Broncos. Carolyn Dubois, ahoy there. Same game multi for this one. Tain Tau Picky, Reece Walsh, Leka the Wrecker, Halasima, and Jesse Arthurs as the Warriors get to the end of set, and the kick goes downfield, taken on the 20 by Karapani, who heads back infield. Or sorry, that was Phillip Coates, my apologies. Phillip Coates is over on the right wing. I'll have to make sure I update my team lists so that I don't make that mistake again. Phillip Coates, right wing, straight up the middle goes Walsh with his first touch. He gets up and goes again, and he's over halfway. Well, there you go. It's rocks or diamonds sometimes with Reece, and that is a diamond start. As the Broncos now attack the short side over on the left. Carrigan, straight up the middle, takes on Halasima. Stands in the tackle 20 metres out before he's finally put to ground. This is a good build-up here for the Broncos. Fifth and last, Reynolds kicks for the corner, and it's an easy take. He's overcooked it, and Cam Pereira will take it on the full 7-tackle set. Reno got that one just a little bit wrong. And yes, Reece Walsh, as it's been pointed out in the chat room, wearing the headgear. I'm going to have to get used to that. It looks like... Actually, it looks like he's just borrowed one of Jordan Ricky's. G'day, Jordan. I want to look after myself for Origin, mate. Can I borrow a headgear? That's probably exactly how it went. Short side now. Harris Tavita takes it to the line in two hands. And Jordan Ricky with Pat Carrigan in tandem put him down, not falling for that one in the slightest. Egan sends it back infield for Fisher Harris. They're 40 metres out now, the Warriors. 2 tackles left in this set. A good carry up the middle, and it sets it up now 10 metres out. 15 metres out. Aaron Clark. Fifth and last options left and right. They go left for Fisher Harris. Harris Tavita goes out the back to nobody. It's in behind, and Cam Pereira has to scramble back to the 30-metre line to get it, and he's put his foot in touch. Foot's in touch. That'll be a handover. The Warriors' execution nowhere near on point to start this match. Oh, the touchy put the flag up. The crowd boos because that didn't look like he went into touch. Spinner Shark Pock, ahoy, mate. We're waiting for a ball on the field. Sonic, you've got Broncos 9+ by half-time. Walsh, anytime try scorer. Not bad, not bad. There's Karapani. Absolutely no foot in touch there. I'm perplexed as to why Touchy put his flag up. They're either not getting involved enough, the Touchies, or they're getting themselves too involved. 10 short of halfway. Anyways, the Broncos are in possession. Either way, at the end of the day, it was poor execution by the Warriors. Whether he was in touch or not, poor execution. Game Mel, ahoy there. Where's Walsh at first receiver, loses it in contact. He bent the line, but he couldn't hold on to the ball. Halasima makes the hit. And there we go. Reece Walsh, 2 touches, 1 knock on, 1 line break. Rocks or diamonds, Reece. Cody says Cowboys masterclass last night. I was so impressed with the Cowboys. Knee Crumbler, ahoy, mate. Was for the win, 1,000-0. Horsies will hug lots. Let's see if they can get the first 4 of those 1,000 right now. Wateni Zalesniak off the back of the scrum. 10 short of halfway. Bottle Dung Dung Wek Wek, ahoy, mate. Need a couple of long shots for your multis tonight. Good luck to all. Heart Ticker on TikTok. Ahoy, buddy. Nice to see you again. 40 metres out from the line now. The Warriors is Egan. Looks down the left edge. Set restart here for the Waz. Pompey heads back in field. 30 metres out just to the left of the post. And a full set of 6. Clark with the settler up the middle, 20 metres out. And slow play the ball speed. Boyd has it on the right. Chips early over the top. Barnett chasing through, but of course Karapani with too much pace. He's sacked in the in goal for a goal line restart. And Tanner Boyd, balls of steel, putting the early kick in. Yeah, Reece Walsh was up in the defensive line. There was just nobody really chasing through other than Mitch Barnett. Bevan, ahoy there, mate. Come on, Warriors. Let's make one of the biggest statements of our history. Adam Sweets, ahoy, buddy. Walsh goes short with the restart and out on the full. Back into midfield. Warriors ball. Game of Mel. Last night, the Melbourne Storm moved up to 13th on the ladder. I also, Game of Mel, sent you that link on Discord. Dalek Watcher, ahoy, mate. Welcome along. Warriors now 10 metres out from the line. Golden opportunity to strike first. Aaron Clark steps around Carrigan, but he's brought to ground just a metre out, right in front of the post. Slow play the ball. Egan sends it left for Boyd, and Boyd's hurt. Tanner Boyd's hurt. Tanner Boyd ran it to the line and immediately started hobbling. Now he's crawling, literally crawling for the sideline. Tanner Boyd has done something to his leg. He takes it to the line, goes face to face with Renault, and then he pulls up immediately and hops in back play. Oh, this could be massive. This could be huge. Losing your halfback inside the opening 10 minutes, as it were now. We've got time off. Peter Bosch, thank you very much for the super chat on YouTube. Much appreciated, mate. Get the buggy out for him, says NH Beach Bum. Somstar, ahoy, mate. We really Boyd's hurt. Now we really do need Metcalf. Oh, can you believe Metcalf signed for the Dragons? Who signs for the Dragons? Mind you, they've got a good couple of signings coming up next season, don't they? Kalamatangi. Now Metcalf. Metcalf's a decent signing. Oh, Tanner Boyd still down, the trainer with him. And Cam Pereira just hijacked something out of the trainer's little bum bag there. What do you call them? Primrose, thank you very much for the rose and the You're Awesome over on TikTok. Some early gifts and super chats coming through. Much appreciated. Oh, here we go. Tanner Boyd looking very dejected because he knows he might have been on the fringe for Origin selection as well. Forget about that now. Oh, ice creams. Ice cream and a finger heart. Thank you very much for the gifts on TikTok. Onto the field, Tamate Martin. His first appearance for 2026. Here we go, back on. 10 metres out, no Tanner Boyd. How do the Warriors respond now? 7 minutes in, losing your main playmaker. That's going to be tough. Clark out the back for Martin. His first touch. Quick hands from Harris Tavita, but it bounces in front of Cam Pereira, and he cannot reel it in. Knocked on out there on the left edge. Broncos ball. No breaks. Thank you very much, my friend, for the heart me on TikTok. Oh, this is going to be massive. Tanner Boyd injured inside the opening 10 minutes. I reckon that is now slight advantage Broncos. Can the Warriors respond? Where's Jet Cleary, says Adam West. Oh, sorry, Adam West. Adam Sweets. Broncos up over halfway. A good carry there by big Xavier Willison, fifth and last. Reynolds goes on a run into the 40. Now he puts the kick over the top. It bounces in no man's land for the Waz. And Khan Pereira gets back and dives on it. Taken into touch, but it's a second effort. Penalty Waz. Judah Shivian, ahoy mate. Jordan Ricky there with a second effort, driving Khan Pereira over the sideline. And the referee was all over that one. He might have milked it a little bit there, Khan Pereira, but hey, whatever works. As the Warriors find touch, literally 5 more meters upfield. What was the point? If you're going to kick the ball into touch 5 meters upfield, just tap the bloody thing and run. Aussie John, ahoy mate. Welcome along. Hope you're ready for this blockbuster of a game that's just been made even more close with Tanner Boyd as the Warriors shift out to the right. And here's a big run from Leiataua. Carries some Broncos with him up over halfway. Egan down the short side for Taupiki. Ducks under a couple of tackles. Shibasaki brings him down from behind. Barnett bumps off Willison. Big Xavier stays with him. They're 20 metres out now, fifth and last. Taupiki straight up the middle, brought down by Walsh. They got a set restart here. Did they? No, that's the fifth and last now. The cutout pass for Leiataua. Flicks it back for Watene-Zelezniak, but it's a penalty, Warriors. Reece Walsh inside the 10. Take the 2. Take the 2. Oh, Primrose, did you send another heart me? Thank you very much. Over there on TikTok. Mr. High Flyer. Ahoy, mate. The Warriors put this into touch 10 metres out. Watene-Zelezniak fires it in for Leiataua. And Taupiki for Mitch Barnett, who's rocked back in the 3-man tackle. Preston Ricky with the lead on that one. Fisher Harris on the burst. Come on, Fish. He's a metre out. Egan out the back for Clark. Well read by the Broncos defence. Clark fights his way to the line, though. He's put on his back. Centimetres out. Egan stays on that right edge. Taupiki for Leiataua. Pops it back for Watene-Zelezniak. Loses the ball out the back. Was it touched by a Bronco? No, says Ashley Klein. And Taupiki just surrenders in the tackle. A couple of metres out here on play 4. Oh, Taupiki's hurt. Oh, for the love of God. They've already lost Tanner Boyd. And now Tane Taupiki has stayed down after the tackle. Oh, because one of the Broncos, whoever made that tackle, has swung around the back. It's not your classic hip drop from Preston Ricky. It's not your classic, well, actually, it might be a classic hip drop. Tane Taupiki still down. Aussie John says, from time to time, as you call the match, the stream freezes. The stream itself. Is that happening for anybody else or just Aussie John? Please let me know in the chat room. As the Warriors find touch, penalty for, a hip drop, I suppose. Dangerous tackle. 5 metres out from the line, the Warriors. Barnett on the inside ball. Egan goes out to the right. Now Taupiki's fine. Quick hands. Leiataua throws it over the head of Watene-Zelezniak. Broncos, what a let-off. And we know how these games play out. The longer the Broncos can hold on, the longer the Broncos survive this goal line attack, the more in this game they're going to feel frustration from the Warriors fans, frustration from the Warriors players. The Broncos continue to hold on. Hart over on TikTok. Ahoy there. And Lecker. Ahoy. Up the wire says, oh, we've come back in field for a Warriors scrum. Beautiful. 10 metres out from the line. They can have another go. And they set up that same play down the right edge. This time, Tamate Martin takes it on his own. A metre out. Egan at first receiver for Barnett. Takes on Carrigan. And he's flung to ground just a couple of metres out here. Egan to Clark, who goes short for Fisher Harris. 2 tackles left. Clark puts the head down, ass up, charges for the line. 5th and last, half a metre out. Out to the right it goes. It's poor pass, but doing extremely well was Tamate Martin, who puts the floater over to Watene Zelezniak, and Mr. Soul Glow himself finally finishes one off here. Watene Zelezniak with the first try. And the Warriors get themselves on the board. Beautiful. And of course, I elected to not have Watene Zelezniak in my multi tonight. Bo, TikTok. So Tanner Boyd was taking the line on. Tried to step back in field on Adam Reynolds, and it seems like he's done his ankle or his knee. But he immediately hopped away from the play, like literally hopped away on one leg away from the play. And then he started crawling for the sideline until the trainer got out there. And he left the field 7 minutes into the game. Tanner Boyd. Brody says up the bras. From the sideline, and I mean literally bang on the sideline. This conversion attempt. Tane Tauapiki pushes it across the face, and it stays 4 points to 0 in favour of the Waz, who are off to a great start. Just lacking a couple of times in execution, but they finally get some points. Oh no, Bo TikTok. Tanner Boyd's in the fantasy. Oh, now that's got to be painful. See, this is why I don't do fantasy, because you put all that time and effort into picking your team for the week or the season. And it's not their fault, of course, but they go and get hurt. Back underway. 4 points to 0. The Warriors lead. Broncos get us restarted. And Fisher Harris from the back fence. 10 metres out from their own line. A lot of people in the chat, obviously. Oh, I thought somebody dropped the ball, but I think that was some headgear. Here we go. Bo, TikTok. And everybody else, suspected ACL. Suspected ACL for Tanner Boyd. Breaking news just came in. A nice set, this one for the Warriors. A good carry on the last there by Aaron Clark. That's the 5th and last. 10 short of halfway. Goes back to Harris, to Vida, to Clear. He sends it down the middle. And under it is Phillip Coates. Phillip Coates, right edge. And the Broncos bring it back to their 20. Exactly. The old Panther says, with that reasoning, imagine how coaches feel. I feel for coaches every single stream. Sometimes just watching and calling the game, and a player makes a mistake or messes up an overlap or drops a simple ball, I immediately put myself in the coach's mind and think you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. That's why they get paid the big bucks, I suppose, is Pat Carrigan. Up on the halfway line, holds on to Fisher Harris. I don't know that you want to be doing that, Paddy. 5th and last, Reynolds from halfway puts the high ball up. Tom Pereira Tracks across for it. 10 out from his own line. And he's copped a high shot here. Penalty, Warriors. Straight from the kick chase. And they're going to get a nice little piggyback upfield. Xavier Willison it was who just got that a little wrong. Oh, and he's frustrated. A lot of frustration early on here. Crew Huirama. Crew Huirama. Thank you very much for the heart me. Warriors find touch up on halfway. Buck Rogers, welcome back, mate. Thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. As a flick pass out the back keeps the ball alive for the Warriors. Barnett in midfield. Through the hands out to the right, and Halasima takes it within the 40. They stay blindside, and Taupiki spots half a gap. Ezra Mam and Carrigan shut it down. 20 metres out from the line now. Clark back in midfield. The short ball from Tamate Martin is well read by the Broncos defence. Fifth and last as Capewell's taken to ground. Now Tamate Martin, the crossfield kick. He gets it a little too deep. And it's taken. Oh, penalty to the Warriors. An escort. Leka Halasima's been taken out in the kick chase. Take the 2. They might actually take the 2 this time. We'll see. Halasima might have just milked that one, I've got to say. Oh, they're challenging the call here, the Broncos. Iceman Luke, ahoy, mate. Tamate Martin put the kick through. He overcooked it big time. It was an easy take in the end goal. And Halasima chasing through and just runs into the back of, I believe that to be Ezra Mam, as Shibasaki takes it. And I've got to say, I don't think Ezra Mam did anything there to change his direction. Well, he did slightly, but he was heading back towards the ball, though, in fairness. This is going to be a successful captain's challenge. 7 tackle set incoming here. Yes, 7 tackle set. Great captain's challenge in the end. Juliet Ioane says, Dan, this comment's for you. Up the wires. Yes. And Walsh, really, anytime try scorer, Dan. You're asking me why I've got him in there? The Warriors have leaked 6 tries to opposition fullbacks so far this season, so that's why I've got him in there. Reynolds looks for the floater over the top for Phillip Coates. It deflects off the Warriors and into touch. It'll be 6 more tackles here for the Broncos on halfway. This game being played at a very slow pace, I can't help but notice, as Carrigan plays it on the halfway line. Willison takes an extra 10 metres up to the 40. He's driven sideways. Big defence led by Fisher Harris. Carrigan targets Wade Egan. 30 out from the line now. The Broncos building. Reynolds. Short ball for Jordan Ricky. 6 again as the Warriors are caught offside. Ricky driven towards the sideline, but still he's well in field. 30 metres out. Broncos, full set of 6. Ricky steps over Capewell to play it. Reynolds, the drop off inside for Preston Ricky. Back in midfield. A couple of Rickies out there. It's going to get confusing. Reynolds for Mam, out the back for Walsh. Cut out pass for Karapani on the left. One-on-one with Wateni Zalesniak. Holds him up long enough for support to get across. 10 metres out now, the Broncos. Mam to Reynolds. Drops it off to Willison. Spins out of the tackle of Capewell, but Aaron Clark's got hold of him. 10 metres out. 2 tackles left. Broncos looking to hit back. Reynolds in midfield. Grubbers early. It's pretty heavy off the boot, and it goes dead in goal. 7 tackle set was. Oh, and Reece Walsh slightly haunched over in back play. Keep an eye on that. Reece Walsh in his Origin audition. Apparently the hammer is the... Ezra Mam's limping in back play now. Like the Broncos need any more injuries. Ezra Mam hobbling back towards the defensive line as he went flying through the air to try and keep that ball in field. Oh, yeah, he's hurt his arse by the looks of it. He grabbed his left arse cheek. Hyperextended something there, perhaps, as the Warriors now up over halfway. They've got numbers out to the right, but Halasima turns back inside. Just inside the Broncos half. 3 tackles in. Clark to the line. A late pass. Hits the chest nicely of Tamate Martin. Ezra Mam now gets himself back in position. A late offload for Egan. He scoops it up on the bounce. Fires the cutout pass right for Halasima. Lecker the Wrecker. Comes back in field. Straightens. Goes over the top of Preston Ricky. But he's brought down around the legs for the 5th and last. 15 metres out. Harris Tavita puts the kick up. It's into the end goal. Lost by the Broncos. And it sets up for a try for Jackson Bloody Ford. Scores it under the post. The Broncos spill it in the end goal. And Jackson Ford says, "Thank you very much, sir. I'll take that. And I will have my New South Wales Blues jersey as well. Thank you." Jacko Ford. The kick from Harris Tavita. It was too heavy. He wanted that to land on the goal line. It's worked out for them as Phillip Coates loses it right into the arms of Jackson Ford. Harris Tavita chasing his own kick through. Welcome to the New South Wales Blues, Jackson Ford. $8 to 0, the kick to come from right in front. Tries for Watini Zalesniak and Jackson Ford, and look at all the Warriors supporters in the crowd. They've come out in force. JC Smoke, Gahoy mate, magic round. Oh, wait. Ashley Klein blows the whistle, and they're going to have a look. Now, what they're having a look at here is a potential disruptor against Harris Tavita. Kick chase is onside. Now, Harris Tavita has come flying through here, chasing his own kick. He leaps. He's got eyes on the ball. He's got both hands up. He is cleanly contesting the ball. Does he get a touch on it? I think he might. A knock on from Harris Tavita. He got a cheeky little hand on it. And this will be no try. Oh, what a let-off. What a let-off. No try. Oh, that's a monstrous let-off. Penalty to the Warriors, though, because the Broncos were offside. Are they going to show great acknowledgement here to the Broncos' defense and take the 2? No, they're not. They're going to tap and go. 10 metres out. No intent at all to even consider the 2-pointer. They want more. They need more. Fisher Harris plays it in front of the post. 5 out. Martin with the drop-off there for Ford, looking to get his try after all. Slow play the ball. Broncos up offside on this left edge again. Inside ball now for Capewell. Shrugs away from the first tackle of pace. 5 metres out. Set restart for the Waz. Egan goes right for Clark, who dummies, puts the fend on Carrigan and scores the try. They can't take this one off him. Aaron Clark right beside the posts. 8 points to nil, kick to come. For real this time. Sells the dummy, puts the big left arm out on Carrigan. A really poor attempt there from Paddy. He'll be frustrated with that himself. Prue, Hui Rama, thank you very much for the 7 roses over there on TikTok. Eric Clark holding the ball out in front with 2 hands. Dummies to Halasima. Jaden Hunt fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. And Carrigan misses the one-on-one tackle. The try is confirmed this time. And from right beside the posts, could be a simple conversion. The Warriors on top, but let's not forget about Broncos' second halves, huh? Tane, Tuapiki, right beside the posts. He pushed his last one straight across the face. Sinks this one down the middle. Conversion successful. And the Warriors lead 10 points to nil. Back underway, and Fisher Harris from the back fence. 10 points to nil. The Waz lead. 16 and a half to go until the break. 20 out from their own line. ARW, ahoy, mate. Rapetti, Pavel, ahoy, mate. And a penalty now to the Warriors. Halfway through the set, as Taupiki was taken out in back play, I do believe. Urix lad, ahoy, mate. Jackson Ford had a try disallowed. Yeah, Tane Taupiki taken without the ball by Jordan Ricky. A tackle off the ball. JC, thank you very much for the heart me and the mini star. Over there on TikTok, much appreciated as the Warriors find touch on halfway. Actually, beyond halfway. They're 10 meters into the Broncos' half. Pompey taps and goes. 30 meters out. Harris Tavita fills in at dummy half. Fisher Harris angles back in towards the play. The ball 25 meters out now. Keeping it in that midfield channel. Good carry from Jackson Ford into the 20. Warriors building nicely again. Clark goes short for Fisher Harris, who spins. Got the arms free, but nobody to pass to. 5 meters out. They're looking very good here, the Waz. Clark steps back in field, fights his way to the line, and he's held up just centimeters short. He fights his way over the line. He's told to go back to the 10 and play it. 5th and last. Right-hand side, Tamate Martin kicking for Wateni Zalesniak, who takes it in the air. And he's into touch. Penalty, Warriors! For the love of God, take the 2. Actually, no, it's a bit far out. Go for the try, why not? JC3, thank you very much for the shards of hope. Over there on TikTok, they're still going. It's up to 50. Oh, 49. He stopped just short of the half century. JC3 with the shards of hope. Cheers, mate. Much appreciated. Oh, contact with the leg. That's what this penalty is for. Contact with the kicker. And the Warriors with another penalty. Tane Talpiki will go over and put it into touch 10 metres out from the line on that left edge. And here they come again. Halasima's the decoy. They go infield for Ford, who turns and surrenders in the tackle 10 metres out just to the right of the post. A short ball from Egan to Halasima on the angle. Back towards the post. Half a metre out, Lecker the Wrecker. Egan sends it left now. Clark at first receiver. Martin with the double pump and dummy. Taken down by Corey Pakes. Halfway through the set here, the Warriors. Egan for Clark again. Heavily involved here, Aaron Clark. A metre out from the line. 2 plays left. Set restart. Penalty. 10 in the bin. It was a set restart. Ashley Klein upgraded it to a penalty and he said enough. Paddy Carrigan, 10 in the bin. Go and have a sit down, son. 10 in the bin. 13 and a half, and the Warriors fans in the crowd are waving him off, the cheeky devils. Where's the Joker? Oh, this is one-way traffic at the moment. The Broncos ill-disciplined. They tap and go, the Wars. And lose the ball on play 1. Penalty Warriors for an illegal steal. Jordan Ricky strips the ball out. Oh, this is fascinating stuff. Frustration here from the Broncos. They are not being given any reprieve. Warriors, they go again. 10 metres out from the line. Slow play the ball there from Jackson Ford. Egan from dummy half. Spots half a gap. And Wade Egan scores. Half a gap was all he needed. 14 points to nil. Kick to come. He spotted the lazy markers. He spotted the outside defender overcommitting. And straight through he slides. Great heads-up play from Wade Egan. 14 points to nil with a kick to come. Oh, they are putting on a clinic at the moment. After a shaky start. This is one-way traffic. 6-7 GTA, ahoy, mate. You were going to chuck him in the multi as well. He's always good for a smoky. Oh, you just wait for it. NH Beach Bum. Broncos coach will need to give a verbal bollocksing at the halftime in the changing rooms. Oh, we know what the Broncos can do in the second halves. So nobody get carried away just yet. It's Talpiki, 10 to the right of the post, pushes it across the face, but it hits the upright and bounces back through. It's all falling their way nicely at the moment. There was 16 points to nil. So Tamare Martin came on. 6-7 GTA. Tamare Martin came on for Tanner Boyd. But Harris Tavita's basically taken over most of the playmaking. Basu Mari says, come on, Broncos need more discipline. They certainly do. Ashley Klein is blowing the pee out of the whistle. And it's all been against the Broncos. Walsh gets us back underway. 11 and a half minutes until the break. Fisher Harris drops the shoulder into Simu as Michael Maguire rolls out some changes. Serious injury for Tanner Boyd. Suspected ACL. Straight up the middle goes Halasima. Dragged down from behind by Shibasaki. But front foot ball now for the Warriors. Clark. Oh, he's been an absolute pest here for the Broncos today. He's flung down on halfway by Shibasaki. making back-to-back tackles. Leiataua bulldozers Ezra Mam. Fifth and last, 35 metres out. Harris Tavita puts the high ball up with Tenny Zalesniak chasing through. Pressure on Walsh at the back. Oh, and he does extremely well there to take it. Falling to ground and surrendering in the tackle. 10 out from their own try line. Suspected ACL for Tanner Boyd as New Zealand, Jizzy Rascal. Thank you very much for the GG over there on the TikTok. Big driving defense from Curtis Capewell. The Broncos, 4 tackles in, and they're still inside their own 20. This is massive defense from the Waz. No penalties here. Fifth and last, the Broncos, 25 out from their own line. Reynolds needs a huge kick here, but he's in at dummy half. It goes for Walsh, and Walsh sends it down off that left boot. Taken on the full by Watene Zalesniak on the 20, and he can wind up into acres of space. 10 short of halfway, and great field position here for the Warriors. On the burst goes Khan Pereira now, back-to-back hit-ups from the wing. And they're 40 metres out from the line. Halfway through the set, 9.5 minutes until the break. On the field is, I think that was Dimitri. Yes, it is. It's Dimitri Valmolga. 2 tackles left. Tamate Martin out the back for Harris Tavita. Numbers to the right. Quick hands with Tenny Zalesniak in and away on Walsh. Walshy drags him down from behind. Watene Zalesniak flicks it back in field. Harris Tavita has it. And now Leka the Wrecker. Taken down in a nice legs tackle by Simu. Fifth and last. Short side is on again, but it's a loose pass out the back. Picked up by Tamate Martin. Flicks it back in field where Ezra Mam is there to intercept. Broncos off the hook there. Silent Ones, thank you very much for the super chat on the YouTube. Much appreciated. Cheers, mate. I'll crack myself open. Another one. As the Broncos bring it out of territory. One-way traffic here in this half at the moment. I mean, I'm so curious to see the stats. An early kick here from Renault from inside the 40. And it's taken by Tuapiki, who now comes back down the left edge. Outside the 20. It's a solid kick return. Yeah, I want to see some of these stats. Because I reckon it will be very, very dominant in favour of the Warriors at the moment as Khan Pereira heads across field to the right. Space starting to open up, but Shibasaki makes the tackle that needed to be made. Martin goes short for Watene Zalesniak. It's touched by the Broncos. No, knock on by the Warriors. 7.5 until the break. And the Warriors just caught pushing passes there unnecessarily. So here we go. 71% possession in favor of the Warriors. 71. We're almost at half time. What a dominant first half. I'll tell you what I'm a little bit concerned about. 71% possession with a 90% completion rate and only 16 points to show for it. That's a little alarming, I've got to say. I mean, that's just got Broncos' second half comeback all over it. Valmolga straight up the middle. They're back on the attack anyways. The Warriors have the ball. 25 metres out. Clark, I feel like they need to ice another 1 or 2 here. 1 definitely. 16-0 at halftime is not enough. But if they can jag another one here and possibly 2, definitely feeling good about that then. Fifth and last. Grubber kick in behind the line. Sits up for Kurt Capewell. And there's one that they need. Curtis Capewell dives on the loose ball. Nobody at home at the back for the Broncos. Reece Walsh up in the line. Reece Walsh up in the defensive line with Carrigan in the bin. And it was a walk in the park for Kurt Capewell. The little grubber into the in goal. Capewell secures the ball with two hands, plants it down. 20 points to 0 with the kick to come. Well, there's one that they needed. They'll be feeling a bit more comfortable now. A bit more satisfied. I mean, 71% possession advantage with a 90% completion rate. They needed more than 16 points. They've got them now. They've got more than 16. Still 5 minutes left in the half. If they can jag another one here. Another before the break. Oh, Slim Shady, I'm not writing off the Broncos just yet. This is why I'm saying Warriors need another try. They're not safe yet. Tain Taupiki, 15 to the left of the post. He puts this one down the middle. And it is 22 points to 0. A solid first half here for the Warriors. I understand completely, my friend. That probably wasn't directed solely at me. But, yeah, I'm just once again stating my case. This is not a team to write off. But I just think 22 points now. 16 points. 3 tries. You know, 3 tries in the modern game is not a lot to chase down. If the Warriors can jag another one here, I would say that it is a bridge too far. Back underway, and Dimitri Vormolga gets the bumpers up on Jordan Ricky. And Ricky put his body on the line and did extremely well to make the tackle. Carrigan, a very, very solemn look on the face as he's ready to come back onto the field. Big defense in midfield from Jaden Hunt. Warriors 20 out from their own line. Here's Halasima. Brings it out of the red zone. Is it the fifth and last? Fifth and last now. Aaron Clark with the settler up the middle. Ben Hunt's on the field. Gets in the way of the play. The ball. Harris Tavita from inside the 40. Straight down the throat of Phillip Coates at the back. And Coates takes on Adam Pompey, who brings him to ground. Walsh in midfield, sends it on for Karapani, who's taken high here in the contact, I think. And the Broncos get a penalty. Mania 2, ahoy, welcome back. Nice to see you again. Yes, a high shot there on Karapani. Finding touch 10 metres into the Warriors half. Carrigan's back on the field. Oh, and he's almost lost his pants. He almost got teddied. Reynolds in midfield. Dummies back inside and a penalty for a hit off the ball. Broncos. Is that username what I think it is? Is that an... Hang on. Is the first letter an L or an I? Is that Lamb Itch? That username on TikTok is either Lamb Itch or it's an I, and the username is I am bitch. Either way, fantastic username. Either way, they're both funny. High tackle here on Jesse Arthurs, and that is a massive penalty for the Broncos. And I don't mean massive in the context of the game. I mean, that was a good old-fashioned clothesline from Cam Pereira. And then Walsh was tackled late as well, but Cam Pereira up around the chinny chin chin of Jesse Arthurs, clotheslined him Justin Bradshaw Layfield would be very proud of that. Oh, the Warriors could lose a man here. Calm Pereira could be getting 10 in the bin. This is going to be 10 in the bin. Calm Pereira is getting called out. Ashley Klein says, I want to have a word here. Keep that stuff in the WWE. Left the ground, trajectories up. On report, 10 in the bin. 10 in the bin for Calm Pereira. 2.5 minutes to go until the break. Is that a turning point? That is a throwback, that. Flying up out of the line. That is a throwback and a half to the old days, the good old 80s. You know what? Back when I first started watching rugby league, that wasn't even a penalty, that tackle. Carrigan infield for Reynolds. Goes short for Jaden Hunt. 10 metres out from the line. Broncos building nicely for their first try. Talty's on the field. The Tolt. Oh, and Wade Egan got himself 2 front on. And he'll be off for a HIA. The Warriors, they're up 22 points to 0. But they're in tatters. Tanner Boyd already off the field inside the opening 10 minutes. And Wade Egan got himself in front of Talty. The head impacts right on the hip. And Wade Egan will be off for HIA. Walnut Hills, ahoy, mate. Wade Egan, he's staying on the field for the moment, but he will be called off by the independent doctor, I'm sure of it. Out the back now for Walsh. The huge cutout pass to Phillip Coates, who has to dive forward for it, and he loses it. The Warriors' goal line defense stands firm. Halasima now takes on Benjamin Hunt. Walsh didn't quite execute the pass. It was a little too far out in front. Phillip Coates had to dive forward for it. The Warriors, a man in the bin. Watene Zelesniak goes up the middle. Offloads for Egan. Cut out pass right for Jackson Ford. Ford is taken high by Shibasaki. Penalty, Warriors. Oh, there's a lot of feeling in this game. A minute until the break. You feel like tempers are going to boil over here. Warriors find touch on the 40. They tap and go quickly. They want this full set of 6 in. Aaron Clark rumbles it up the middle. They're into the Broncos half. 44 seconds until the break. Bumolga shrugs off the first tackle. Goes straight through Reece Walsh, who rips the ball away one-on-one. Reece Walsh with the steal. Now he sends the cutout pass again in front of Coates. Coates has to dive and army roll forward again. This time he holds on. Reece Walsh needs to fix up where he's landing that pass for Coates. He's thrown it way too far out in front. 14 seconds left until the break. Mam goes short there for Willison. Can't get the arms free as he's wrestled to ground by Jackson Ford. This will be the last play of the half. Talty goes out right for Reynolds. Ricky has a 3-on-2. Dummies and goes on his own. Jordan Ricky. Now he puts the kick in, and perfectly positioned at the back is Tane Telpicki, who walks it over the sideline. 22 points to 0 at the break. The Warriors, look at the flags in the crowd. Who would know that this is at Suncorp Stadium? Look at all the Warriors jerseys. Who would have thought that this game's in Brisbane? The Warriors supporters have come out in full force, and their team, the Warriors, have put on a display and a half there. It was a shaky start. Some balls going out the back of shape, hitting the grass in behind the attacking line. That woman presenter is pregnant, by the way. She just accidentally got her belly on screen. She was trying not to, you could tell. Congratulations to her. Oh, cameraman zoomed out too far. Little girl 3769. Please, was no try for the Broncos this half. Give them no chance. I like that. I like that mindset. And you can't give the... You know what I always say? You can't ever give a Queensland team a chance. Oh, the button. Ahoy, mate. You must be absolutely loving this game. Oh, I'll be loving it a lot more if we get to the 80-minute mark and the Warriors are still ahead. I don't trust this Broncos team. I do not trust the Broncos whatsoever. They have ruined many a weekend for me. Hold the line, mighty was, says Rapidi Pavel. I've just noticed I keep saying that your second name there in the username, I keep saying it different every single time. Noesty Lenapia. Ahoy, mate. Nice to see you again. Bit late, been busy watching the game. Up the waz. Yes. The Warriors putting on a fantastic first half after a slow start. You know what? I've only got one tip wrong so far this weekend. And obviously this game's not over yet. So we can't celebrate this one until the 80-minute mark. But I've only got one tip wrong. And you know who let me down? The bloody Roosters let me down. The Roosters, the only team so far that have let me down this weekend. Because surely the Panthers are not going to let me down. Six, 7 GTA says, nah, Warriors have got this. They're a different team this year. And that's exactly what I was talking about, 6-7 GTA. For those who might not have been here at the top of the stream, my pre-game spiel was the Warriors. They only have a 33% win rate at this ground. 33% win rate at Suncorp Stadium. But this is a different Warriors team. This is their chance to step up and show that 2026, this is a different Warriors. This is the real deal. We can take it consistently to the top teams on their home turf. They'd already done it to the Storm. They needed to do it to the Broncos at Suncorp as well, especially because they're playing the Broncos twice at Suncorp this year. This is their home game, don't forget. This is their home game, the Warriors. For Magic Round, the Broncos are the away team, and in fairness, it does seem like there's a lot more Waz supporters than there are Broncos supporters in the crowd, but still, this was the opportunity for the Waz to make a statement in 2026, and at the moment, they're doing it. Anyway, second half coming up. I'll have a quick break, and we'll be back for all the action very, very shortly. Cheers.
Sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but We're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in a world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
Wasted Water Sports crew, ahoy. Halftime here, 22 points to nil. The Warriors doing the job at the moment over the Broncos. Second half will be getting underway very, very shortly. Can the Broncos do one of their traditional comebacks? Or will the Warriors go on with the job? I tell you what, they're playing well at the moment. That first half. They do have Cam Pereira in the bin to start the second half, though. Cam Pereira will still have about 7 or so minutes in the sin bin. We'll see if the Broncos can turn the game on its head during that sin bin period. Trying to pick out some stuff in the chat room here. I love that explanation, by the way. Oh, the button. A companion stream. I like it. Mars, ahoy. Over there on the TikTok. Welcome along. Halftime, 22 points to nil in favour of the Waz. Yeah, a companion stream. Repeti Paval. Captain Morgan loving this game. And on the captains as well. Sheesh says Broncos second half. Watch. Caden Murphy. Ahoy, mate. Just saw your name pop up on the TikTok. And now there you are. First time chatter over on the Twitch. Welcome to a much larger showcase. Robert Peters says, expect the Broncos to come out and blitz the Waz. What, in the second half? Stephen Peake says Michelle be losing it at the moment. Oh, yeah. I can imagine that lots of things are getting thrown at her television right about now. No, I haven't called it. There's something else. I can't remember the name. Second, yeah, okay. Second screen is the official terminology, a second screen stream. But I like yours so much better, and I am stealing it. Caden Murphy, you need Boyd on your multi. Oh, you poor wretched soul. No, not wretched soul. I didn't mean that at all. My apologies. I just meant poor you. It's a wretched situation. It's always tough when a player gets ruled out of a same-game multi. But, hey, it happens so early in the game. Depending on your bookmaker, you may get that bet voided and returned as a bonus bet. Brandon Walkerat. Brandon Walkerat. See, I try my best to get everybody's names absolutely correct. Just terrible at it. Up the wires, need Coates for your multi. Well, I'll tell you what, Phillip Coates needs to receive a pass that he can actually catch properly. That's what he needs. Poor Phillip Coates. There was a couple of times there in that first half, I feel like he was away down that right edge, but the pass was just too far out in front. Mr. Ezra says up the wires. Gamer Mel says, speaking of Michelle, I haven't seen her in a while. Yeah, she popped into the chat room the other week, and this is not airing dirty laundry, by the way. This is legitimately what happened. She popped into the chat room the other week during the Roosters-Titans game, and she asked a question about the Cowboys game, which was coming up after the one we were currently broadcasting. So I just didn't get into that conversation. So Michelle got a bit salty and felt a bit ignored. So she's having a bit of a sook at the moment about that. But that's okay. I'm sure she'll get over it at some point. Bailey, thank you very much for the rose and the ice cream cones over there on TikTok. Yeah, she was just feeling ignored. That's okay. I can understand that. No hard feelings from my side. UFC, OnlyFans, ahoy, mate. You know, I was just thinking about you the other night, and no, that is not as sexual as it sounds, I promise you. I was thinking, I haven't seen that legend in a while. I wonder what he's been up to. How's all the law business going, the legal business? Mr. Ed's dead, ahoy, mate. Wayne Stretch, ahoy. Robert Peters, still a lot of rugby to be played. Exactly right, exactly right. I said 16 points at the half was probably not enough. 22, we'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable. Tony K on the TikTok, ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. Thanks for the live commentary watching from the island of Rarotonga. Up the wires. Teams are out for the second half. The Warriors, second out onto the field. Enrica Labuschagne. Who do you think is going to win the NRL? The whole competition? Panthers. Panthers Roosters grand final. Panthers to win. That is my guarantee. Second half about to get underway. The Warriors will receive... Oh, no, they will kick off, to the Broncos. The Broncos running right to left for this second half. Cam Pereira is in the sin bin for about 7 minutes. Larrens, ahoy, mates. Latrell reportedly ruled out of Origin 1. Is that right? I haven't seen any news about that. I know that he left the field early in the Rabbitohs game this weekend, but last I saw, that was just a precautionary thing, and then he would be fine. But yeah, of course, things can change very rapidly, can't they? Things can change overnight. I haven't seen any updates about it since. So yeah, I'll have to check that out. As Walsh plays it on the halfway line, 5th and last now for the Broncos. As Simu, 40 metres out in midfield. Reynolds is going to run it here down the short side. Jordan Ricky to Arthurs. Arthurs steps back in field, beats one, flicks it up for Adam Reynolds, and Adam Reynolds will score. Here they come. Right on cue. Here they come. A minute into the second half. And it's the same old story. The comeback kings, they're on their way. 22 points to 4, kick from under the posts. Reynolds decides to run it on the 5th and last. Arthurs, I thought he was in. A try saver from Tuipiki. But Reynolds lurking up in support. He set up the play. He finishes the play. And here we go. We have seen this story so many times. $22 points to 4 with the kick to come from right under the post. Adam Reynolds with the try. And it is about to be the Warriors 22, Adam Reynolds 6. Oh, dear. The Broncos, that is going to give them all the belief in the world. See, that's the problem. The Warriors, they needed to hold their line intact probably for about 10 minutes. The fact that the Broncos have just come out in the second half and gone bang. First set of 6, bang. Easy as you like. Now, Cam Pereira is still in the sin bin. Let's not forget that. The Warriors are down a man, but still, they came out of the sheds. Bang. I wouldn't be surprised if they score another one here. I would not at all be shocked if they score another one and go back-to-back. Oh, there's no kicking tee on the field for the restart. One job. All right, I'll calm down now. One bloody job, though. Get a kicking tee out onto the park. Now there's 2 kicking tees out there. Before there wasn't even one. Now there's 2. Bloody hell. What is this, Suncorp? Amateur hour? But I digress. Back underway, and the Warriors kind of drop this into no man's land. The Broncos will start the set. No, they won't start the set on their own 20 because Capewell and Halasima drive Simu backwards. Now Jordan Ricky brings it outside the 20. He's picked up and dumped. 25 metres out. Carrigan's the decoy. Mam has it in midfield. Goes short for Willison. Xavier takes it down. 35 metres out from their own line. Tolty up to halfway. Taken down around the shoulders by Jackson Ford. 2 tackles left here for the Broncos. Space out to the right. That's where Carrigan heads. Bumps off Harris Tavita and comes back in field. 5th and last. 40 metres out. Right in midfield. Walsh has it at first receiver on the right. Puts the high ball up. Coming forward for it is Tuipiki. It's batted back by the Broncos. It's play on here. And that'll be a handover as Simu goes to ground 10 metres out. I don't think that he understood fully that the set didn't restart. And he just meekly went to ground. Warriors, very, very flat here to start this second half. I mean, defensively and now on attack. Slow going at the moment. 30 metres out from their own line as Leiataua plays it. And now some space up the middle for Aaron Clark. Oh, he's been a beast. Aaron Clark. Up over halfway now. Tuipiki takes the 5th and last. Harris Tavita kicks for the right corner. Backing up for it. Coates backing up. And the Broncos 10 out from their own line. Little girl 3769 says Panthers and Wars finals, bro. Wars win. Walsh with the offload. It's been spilt and picked up by Leiataua, who slides over the line. Leiataua scoops up the loose ball. The Broncos, Reece Walsh makes a huge mistake. And Leiataua says, I'll have a piece of that. The easiest try he will ever score in his career. Reece Walsh with the error on the 10-metre line. Well, I mean, it wasn't... Okay. It wasn't Reece Walsh's error. Shibasaki dropped the ball, but Reece should not have given up the ball. Reece Walsh with a one-handed hurl back to Shibasaki. That's what I mean. I need to clarify that. Reece Walsh did not drop the ball, but he should never have thrown the pass, is what I'm trying to say. I do need to correct myself there and make that very clear. Reece Walsh with a one-handed fling over to Shibasaki, who clearly wasn't expecting it, bobbles the ball and spills it. I put that one on Reece. I'm sorry. The pass should never have been thrown. It wasn't his mistake per se, but he should never have thrown it. Leiataua scoops it up and says, thank you very much. Slides under the posts. And an easy kick now for Tuipiki. From right in front. And that has really put a spanner in the works as far as the Broncos' traditional second half comebacks. C says, nah, what's going with the lost ball with the Broncos, just like the Storm game? And I'll tell you what, if the rumors are true and the Hammer is the front runner for, if the Hammer's the front runner for the Origin fullback jersey, already tonight, I believe, just solidifies that. So if we have any belief in the rumors that the Hammer is going to be the starting fullback for Origin Game 1 over Reece Walsh, I think this performance solidifies that. I think it's a little bit more than a rumor now. I think it's exactly what Billy Slater will be thinking. The Warriors up 28 points to 6. They've got 40 seconds left to navigate with Cam Pereira in the bin. Jackson Ford with a good carry. 2 tackles left. 35 out from their own line. 6 again. Oh, Madge Maguire. He must just be so frustrated up there in the coach's box. Late in the tackle count, set restart. Halasima dances away from Carrigan. Beats the tackle of Hunt. And he stands just inside the Broncos half. Bamolga steps inside Willison. Tolte holds him up 40 metres out. Egan from dummy half catches them napping up the middle, gives the ball off to Tamare Martin, and they're in again under the posts. The Wars are flying high here at Suncorp, a ground where they've only won 33% of their games. That's about to jump up a wee bit. 32-6, Tamare Martin scores on the field for the injured Tanner Boyd. (32-6), the kick to come from right in front. The Wars are going to go on with it. We asked the question at halftime, are the Broncos going to mount another one of their traditional comebacks, or will the Warriors go on with it and do the demolition job? Bloody Reynolds sets up a play a minute into the second half, and you think, here we go again. And then the Warriors have just gone bang, bang. With Cam Pereira in the bin, they'll be back to a full complement now. It's about to be 34 points to 6. Half the team has scored. I'm trying to see your username over there. Preston It's like, damn, half the team has scored, and you know what, Preston? Not a single bloody one of them is in my same-game multi, wouldn't you know? Panther fan, 1999, ahoy mate, up the waz. Walsh with a doozy of a miss. Taupiki converts, it's 34 points to 6. $50 incoming, perhaps. Walsh gets us back underway, sends the kickoff deep. Deep, very deep. Oh, it just stays in the field of play. And Mitch Barnett drops the shoulder into Jordan Ricky. Silent Ones says, we will see, but was too strong, way too strong. Bailey, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Slim Shady 73 says, might be more of a blowout than the next game. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine if we get to the end of Magic Round and the Warriors end up pumping the Broncos by more than the Panthers pumped the Dragons? Even worse, can you imagine if the Dragons beat the Panthers in some sort of weird alternate reality? 5th and last here for the Waz from inside the 40. Tomate Martin puts the kick down, taken on the fall by Walsh. And Reese brings it back out to the 30-meter line. Karapani up the middle. Wayne Stretch, you've got $40 on the Dragons. Why not? Why not, honestly? I mean, I think they're paying what? The Panthers would be $1.01, surely. Dragons are probably what? 15, 16 bucks. Why not? If you've got a spare 40 bucko, chuck it on. 40 meters out from the line here. Carrigan goes to ground on the 5th and last. Hunt in at dummy half, sends it right side for Reynolds. Puts the high ball up. Taupicki's under it, and he surrenders in the tackle, half a meter out from the try line. Great take from Tane Taupicki, the Warriors. They're not going to let this slide as Khan Pereira heads across field. So they're still a meter out with Tenny Zalesniak now also running a little bit sideways halfway through the set here, and they're still inside their own 10. Aaron Clark, though, gets them going forward. Oh, he's been in beast mode tonight. Turns out it wasn't even him, but nevertheless, my point remains. 5th and last. Harris Tavita puts the kick downfield. Taken on the full at the back. And Karapani winds up looking for some space down this left edge. He runs into a brick wall. Leiataua and Halasima. And Halasima's hurt. Halasima pulls out of that tackle, grasping at his left knee. Set restart here for the Broncos on halfway. Walsh into the line. Halasima hurt in back play. Preston Ricky turns, looks for the offload. Nobody running with him. And Mitchell Barnett comes in over the top and wraps the ball up. 30 meters out. Where's Halasima? Lecker the wrecker. Walsh with the big cutout pass over the top for Phillip Coates. Coates down the sideline. Fires the no-look pass back in field. Adam Reynolds gets a double. Reynolds gets a second. I mean, it is quite literally the Adam Reynolds show at the moment for the Broncos. Reece Walsh with the two-man cutout pass over to the right edge. Khan Pereira comes up looking for the intercept. Can't get hands on it. Coates fires the no-looker back in field that bounces up onto the chest of Renault. And Adam Reynolds scores out wide in the right corner. It's the Warriors 34, Adam Reynolds 10, with Adam Reynolds' kick to come. Khan Pereira couldn't pull off the intercept. It was a poor pass. Coates has done extremely well to jump and reel that ball in above his head. Try confirmed. 34 points to 10. Oh, did he have the... He did? Adam Reynolds converts from the sideline. I wasn't here. I was in the toilet. Reynolds from the sideline. It's the Warriors 34. Adam Reynolds 12. It's a one-man team at the moment for the Broncos. Warriors versus Adam Reynolds, says Craig Howarth. That's certainly the way it feels at the moment. Adam Sweets says, let's buy Metcalf back. Let's keep an eye on Leka Halasima, actually, because he's still out there. Leka the Wrecker. Still out there. Carrigan now brings it outside the 20. 2 tackles left here for the Broncos. 34-12. Walsh puts the kick in. It sits up on the 30-metre line here for the Warriors. Wateni Zalesniak says to Taupiki, you have it, mate. And Taupiki nearly breaks through. Walsh chasing his own kick down, and Willison there to help out. Wateni Zalesniak now up to halfway, bobbles the ball. He's still got hold of it, though. And down in back play, Phillip Coates. Or is it Ben Tolte? Sorry. Tolte. He'll be fine then. The Tolts, all I saw was the number 5. Didn't realize at the time it was actually 15. Kick over the top. Karapani tracking back for it. It bounces awkwardly for him. Karapani shadows it over the dead ball line. 7 tackles set here for the Broncos. Hey, even 0.005% is a chance. Huge defense from the Warriors, though. They're not going to give this up easily. Tolte favouring that shoulder. Looks like he succumbs to that. Okay. It's Ben Tolte. He'll be fine. Next minute, off the field he goes. So Ben Tolte has left the field. Ezra Mam goes straight through. Ezra taken down one-on-one by Taupiki. What a try saver. 30 metres out from the line, and now 6 again for the Broncos. Back into midfield. Toa. 20 metres out right in front of the posts. Another set restart. Mam wants it on the left. Takes on the line and he's picked up and dumped. Ferocious defence. Leka the Wrecker. Halasima and Taupiki fold Ezra Mam in half. And now Reece Walsh bobbles the ball in contact. Another big hit from the Waz defensive line. Bronx 5 metres out. 2 tackles down. Mam. The drop off to Carrigan. Angles back towards the play of the ball, and it's a big hit from Jackson Ford. What about these hits from the Waz? Solid defence. Hunt at dummy half for Reynolds. Dummies and goes on his own. Reno looking for a hat trick. And he's swarmed by blue jerseys. A metre out from the line. 2 tackles left. Hunt grubbers in behind for Walsh. Walsh slips. Reece Walsh gets his foot dug into the turf, slips, and misses the ball. He led the chase. Ben Hunt put the grubber kick in. Reece Walsh and nobody. And then he sticks his foot, digs into the turf, and he slips over, and it sits up for the Waz. That was unlucky. Goal line dropout incoming. They go short. It breaks the plane of the 10. Wateni Zalesniak takes an almighty dive, and it's knocked on by the Broncos. Wateni Zalesniak with the almightiest of flops in back play, but the Broncos knock it on anyway. LeBron James would be very, very proud of that one, Mr. Soulglow. Scrum down for the Waz here on their own 20. 22.5 minutes to play. They break to the left, and an easy read there for the Broncos defense. Penalty, though, to the Warriors as Camp Pereira presumably was taken high. New Zealand Grizzly Rascal, thank you very much for the GGs and the Rose over there on TikTok. Much appreciated. Warriors find touch on halfway. Art Ticker says, as a Blues fan, I hope Queensland chooses Walsh and not Ponga. Well, that's the thing, Heart Ticker. It transpires that they're going to be choosing the Hammer. Tabuai Fido, the front runner for the fullback jersey, is Fisher Harris. Angling back in. And Zed Gizzy Rascal, thank you very much for all the gifts over there. Oldies, Pop, Wink Wink, TikTok, Heart Puff, Ice Cream Cone. Oh, there's too many to name, but thank you so much for all of them. As the Warriors get another penalty here, 25 meters out, right in front. And they've decided to have a crack at the two. Harris Tavita steps up, says, we'll have a crack, thanks. The Broncos frustrated. 34 points to 12. Harris Tavita to line this one up. Walsh having a chat to Willison in back play. This is 25 meters out, just to the left of the posts, and I mean like 2 meters to the left of the posts. Simple kick. Harris Tavita puts it through. Penalty goal successful, and the Warriors lead at 36 points to 12. A quarter of this game to go. Now, this is normally... Oh, there's the Joker. He's loving life at the moment. Cheers there, big fella. Inside the final quarter of the game, this is where the Broncos usually wake up. A sea of Wars support. Honestly, credit to the Warriors supporters, man. They have showed up in force here at Suncorp. As the kickoff goes down for Harris Tavita and Fisher Harris. Into the contact there of Toha. Ford now taken by Willison in midfield. Stuck inside their own red zone here, the Warriors. The Broncos have elevated their defense. Too little, too late, you would have to assume, but Barnett now takes tackle 4. Where was this defense? Where was this defense ages ago? As Taupiki takes the line on 5th and last. 10 short of halfway. Harris Tavita still inside the 40 when he gets this kick down, but no threat of a 40-20. Walsh takes it on the full. Heads back in field. And he can't get away from the chase of Mitchell Barnett. Mitchie Barnett, what a kick chase. Cannon. Ahoy, mate. Cannon. Taulilo. Go Warriors. Shame Broncos. .30 out from their own line. Ezra Merman at dummy half. Gives the ball for... who we got there? Put on his back. Jesus, was that Willison? Didn't look like Willison. Through the hands right now. Walsh over the top for Coates. Coates in open space. Inside the 40. Hurdles Capewell. And he's brought down 20 meters out. 5th and last here for the Broncos. Walsh at first receiver again. Now he puts the kick. It's a little heavy off the boot, but it sits up for Karapani. And Karapani has spilt it. Well, he's claiming it. Walsh has been cleaned up in back play. It's going up as no try. So Walsh, it looked like it was way too heavy off the boot. But it sits up right on the sideline, that left sideline in goal. And it looks like Karapani bounced it. Although he got up and was claiming it, but he looks there's no confidence on that face. Oh, we know you're telling porkies, Josiah. We can tell. It's always given away in the eyes. It sits up nicely for him. He does claim it. Watene-Zelezniak puts the bump on. Does he get enough of a bump? Karapani loses it. At the very last second, the ball spills out. Watene-Zelezniak might have just done enough. He might have just done enough here. Video referee is Adam G. So, buddy, anything could happen yet. What a kick, but, says Slim Shady. Yeah, I thought when it came off the boot, I thought immediately it was way too heavy. But then it just took this bounce straight up. An unbelievable bounce. As soon as he kicked it, I thought that's going into row 10. That's a shocker. But as soon as it bounced, it just went straight up. It didn't continue to bounce forward. And it just sat up for Karapani, and he should have scored it. I mean, I'm sorry. It was a tough finish, but Josiah Karapani, he should have finished that off. And he's dropped it over the line. It's officially been called now. No try. $36 points to 12. It stays 17 minutes 46 to go. We come back to the 20 for a Warriors tap. And what's going on here? Phillip Coates. Reece Walsh. Reece Walsh is leaving the field for a HIA. Reece Walsh is taken off by the independent doctor for a HIA. Here's this hit from Mitchell Barnett. After the kick, Walsh is off for a HIA. He doesn't understand it. We're Tamari, Wirihana. Ahoy, mate. Nice to see you again. There is a real belief within the Warriors camp, and if their forwards can maintain the high standard of footy that they're playing, they will definitely be in the finals. Oh, they'll definitely be finals contenders. Straight up the middle goes Healy. Healy in space. One to beat. He's brought down from behind by Coates. Phillip Coates with the pace. 20 metres out now the Waz. On the attack again. Tamate Martin for Halasima, who winds up and goes straight through. Lecker the Wrecker taken down by Willison. 10 metres out. Telpicki at dummy half. For Tamate Martin on the right. Fifth and last, 2 metres out from the line. Back for Harris Tavita, the crossfield kick. Doesn't go close enough to the goal line. Batted back by the Warriors. Lost forward by Jordan Ricky, although it's been cleared by Ashley Klein. And the Broncos come away with it. It's play on, says Ashley. Ezra Mam up the middle. I mean, he could have got it absolutely correct. Ashley Klein, in fairness, is closer to the play than I am, but that did look like it was lost forward by Jordan Ricky. Penalty now for the Broncos. Ashley Klein had called held. And then the ball was stripped out. Halasima gives the thumbs up and says, let's captains challenge this. Yeah, Slim Shady. Look, Ashley Klein gets things wrong all the time, obviously, but in fairness, he's a lot closer to the play than I am, so it looked like a pretty clear knock on, but oh well, it is what it is. Challenge unsuccessful here from the Warriors. Fingers on the ball. Penalty stands for the Broncos. Reynolds puts it into touch. 30 metres out from the Waz line. Warriors 36. Adam Reynolds 12. JC3 says all refs get things wrong. Yes, absolutely true. Absolutely true. I'm not meaning to specifically target Ashley Klein. It's just He happens to be the referee at the moment, and he has a history of being wrong a lot. That's all. I didn't mean to specifically target him. It's just he's got the whistle right now, and, well, his history speaks for itself. Reynolds with the drop-off here. Back in field, Broncos. 10 metres out from the line. Toha plays it. Reynolds heads out to the right, and another drop-off inside for Ricky. Mitchell Barnett leading the defensive line there with Capewell. Reynolds with the double pump out the back from Mam. He goes short for Willison, and he's flung to ground by Tamate Martin. Great goal on defense from the Warriors. Mam wants it on the left. From a standing start, he had nowhere to go there, Ezra. Little Bubsy says is the blue bandana for the Warriors. You got it. Reynolds with the crossfield kick. And it's claimed by the Waz. Harris Tavita. Both hands above his head. And he brings it down AFL style. "36 plays 12. Repeti Payaval says Panthers slow. See, I said it differently again. Panthers slowing down for Origin. No injuries during the series. Hopefully give Ivan a good send-off if they can make grand final this year. As Leiataua brings it out to the 40. Fifth and last here for the Waz. Harris Tavita puts it high. Ezra's under it. Takes it 25 out. And now he scurries off. Puts the foot down, Ezra. 10 short of halfway. Karapani. Brought down by Sam Healy on the halfway line. Coates heads across field. Capewell chops him down. Around the legs. Beautiful. Carrigan. Dummies. Beats the tackle of Clark. That's the fourth now for the Broncos. 35 out. Stacked on the short side here. Hunt with the double pump. And, oh, huge defense from Fisher. Harris. Fifth and last now. Reynolds puts the high ball up. And everyone lets it bounce. Talpicki's got it in the end goal. Jordan Ricky sacks him. And it'll be a goal line dropout here for the Waz. Hard ticker, yes. Panthers, Dragons coming up next. Oh, boy. Are the Panthers going to take it easy on them? Are the Dragons going to actually show up and put up a fight on their own? Or are we going to break out the record books? Warriors go short with the restart, and it's batted back by the Broncos. Play on. Broncos have it 10 metres out. Karapani takes it inside 10. 12 minutes left in the game. I think we can rule out a Broncos comeback. Carrigan sends it right from Reynolds. Cut out pass for Arthurs. Khan Pereira jams up on him and brings him down. Tackle had to be made. Reynolds back into midfield. Preston Ricky. Taken by Fisher Harris. Takes, sends it left for Reynolds, and now Hunt floats it over the top. Intercept by Watene-Zelezniak, and Dallin will go the distance. Over halfway. 40 out. 30. 20. 10. Dives for the corner and plants it down. And a sigh of relief as Ezra Mam was tracking him down every step of the way. Dallin Watene-Zelezniak with a breakaway intercept try. And he was running out of steam fast from his own 10. He's got all the distance in the world, and then suddenly, 30 metres out, he starts to pull up. He starts to get a bit tight in the hemi. Ezra forces him to the corner. The hemi tightens up. He keeps trooping on, Dallin. Not long to go. A little bit further. What a finish in the end. He'll need a big rub down after this one. Try confirmed. The coach is happy. Backing him in all the way. Hopefully he hasn't injured himself there with Teddy Zalesniak. The hammy obviously tightened up because he slowed down to a crawl by the end. Ezra Mam tracked him down over that last 30. $40 points to 12. Kick to come from the sideline. The Warriors losing Tanner Boyd inside the opening 10 minutes. Jack Daly, thank you very much for the hat and moustache. And the tiny Diney over there on TikTok. TikTok. Harris Tavita from the sideline bends it back through. They can do no wrong at the moment, the Wars. 42 points to 12. What a statement performance this has been here at Suncorp Stadium. 33% win rate. And they have come out and absolutely smoked the Broncos. JP, MD, 7UE, putting 40 on the Broncos without Boyd or RTS is crazy. Broncos get us back underway. 10 minutes to go. And Adam Pompey was looking left. That's not where he had his runner. By the time he looked right, he decided to just take it up on his own. 42 points to 12, 9 minutes, 40 to go. Can they get 50? Are they interested in 50? Emmanuel Walks with you wants 50. They've lost the ball. Broncos dive on it. I don't think they want 50. Jordan Ricky at first receiver. Just one out stuff here for the Broncos. Jack Daly with the heart me and the rose on TikTok. I know I did. Is that new? Anyway, I think it might be new ones. Even if it's not new ones, thank you for the old ones. And if it is new ones, thank you for the new ones. Very much appreciate it, mate. Willison, 10 meters out. Fifth and last now for the Broncos, 32 meters off that set. Back it goes to Carrigan. Carrigan puts the crossfield kick in, and it's claimed by Pompey. Pompey fights his way through up to the 20 before he's cut down, and the Broncos completely disjointed. The ball goes to Pat Carrigan on the fifth and last for the kick. That is obviously not meant to happen. I'll tell you what, though, it wasn't a bad kick. It wasn't the worst kick ever. 30 out from their own line now. Here we go. Let's see it on slow motion replay. Not a bad kick at all there from Paddy. 10 short of halfway. The Warriors, 2 tackles left. 8 minutes to play. Fisher Harris taken just short of the halfway line. Fifth and last. Harris Tavita with the kick down for the right corner. Backing up for it is Ezra. Mam takes it. Heads back in field, and he's met by the Warriors kick chase, and you know who is leading the way. Aaron Clark. Karapani now rocked back in the tackle. Keeping the Broncos pinned down inside their own red zone. Huge hit there on Shibasaki. Flying up was Tamade Martin. Broncos. Halfway through the set, they only now just bring it out of their 20. Xavier Willison on play 4, put on his back. Robert Peters says, will the Panthers need cricket bats or boots, Dan? Cricket bats or footy boots? Presumably there. The kind of score that could be put on. Reynolds with a low flat kick straight into the arse of Capewell, and it deflects for Taupiki in midfield. And Tane Taupiki We'll bring it back to the 30-metre line here for the Waz. Yes, indeed. Panthers. You know what? I really do feel for the Dragons. They might. Look, the Panthers will no doubt win. They'll no doubt win quite comprehensively. Man, I kind of just want to see the Dragons put up a fight, you know? You never, ever, it doesn't matter who it is. It could be your most hated club, and I can't speak for everybody, of course. But, hang on, we'll come back to that conversation. I can't speak for everybody, of course. But fifth and last now, Tamate Martin puts the high ball up, lands it 5 metres out. Ezra Mam spills it. Reynolds bats it back. And it's knocked on surely by the Broncos. Yes, it is. Knocked on by Ezra Mam. Scrum down here for the Waz. 10 metres out from the line. Ezra Mam playing fullback with Reece Walsh ruled out. Oh, the captain's challenged. All right, why not? But yes, I can't speak for everybody, obviously. Going back to that conversation I was about to have. Oh, successful challenge here, I think. Sam Healy got hands on the ball. Or Adam Pompey, sorry. Challenge is successful. Broncos will get the ball back. I want to see the Dragons do well, basically. Nobody wants to see, I don't think, nobody wants to see even their most hated team just do so bad that they don't win a game all season. You know what I mean? We want to see the Dragons put up a fight. And I don't hate the Dragons, by the way, at all. I was just saying, even your most hated team, you don't want to see it. Nothing but love and respect for the Dragons. I thought they were going to. I actually, honestly, this is what I thought of the Dragons. I honestly had the Dragons as a little smoky to be fighting for the top 8 this year. So that's how horribly wrong I got that. 10 short of halfway now. The Broncos, 5 minutes left to play. And an early kick on play 4 in behind Camperera, who goes back for it on the 10. And Camperera takes on Reynolds in midfield. Talpicki, again, he targets Adam Reynolds in the defensive line. Warriors 42, Reynolds 12. If there was a way that I could, honestly, I would do this just for a laugh. If there was a way that on the fly I could change that Broncos logo to Adam Reynolds' face, I would do that because that would be funny. Fifth and last incoming, but it's a shift here to the right for the Waz. Cut out pass for Wateni Zalesniak, and that hammy is definitely still a little tight. He surrenders in the tackle. Fifth and last, 30 metres out. Harris Tavita puts the high ball up. It's going to land 5 metres out from the line, and Reece Walsh, who's back on the field now, takes it. 10 out from their own try line here, the Broncos. 42 points to 12, 4 minutes to play. Lucas says if the Dragons do win, it would be the greatest achievement ever. I think so. Warriors, as we see the live NRL ladder, the Warriors firmly plant themselves into second place behind the Panthers. The loss to the Roosters has helped out with that. They're clear in second place now on their own. Carrigan for Mam as the Broncos shift left. Walsh spills the ball. Wateni Zalesniak picks it up, gives it for Ford. And Jackson Ford thought about putting the afterburners on. Very flat-footed here, the Waz. I don't think they're trying for the 50. 20 metres out from the line in midfield. Yeah, naughty Ford live. Jackson Ford with the afterburners. The big man. Turning on the, what do you call it? Harris Tavita, the double pump out to the left. Try line was wide open for Pereira, and he spills the ball cold. Pereira with the try line wide open. Drops the ball cold. 42-12. It was a beautiful ball from Harris Tavita. The crowd was celebrating too early. The Warriors supporters in the crowd, they all went up in unison because they realised what was happening. He was a step ahead of himself indeed. Tony K, ahoy mate. Gemma XX, ahoy. You bet on Walsh to score a try. Do you lose your bet or get refunded? Well, you lose your bet because he didn't score a try. Well, not yet. Anyway, there's still 2 minutes to go. Broncos could get a consolation here. Reynolds in midfield. Shows it inside. Goes over the top. Battered down by Pereira. And lost forward there by the Waz. One minute 33 to go. Can Reece Walsh steal a try for Gemma? Lockie Smith, ahoy mate. You're so happy that the Dolphins are in the top 8. I'm so happy the Dolphins have found their form. I had picked them for the top 8 at the start of the year, and they started the season so disappointing. Adam Sweets says, if it's a beautiful ball, you don't drop it. Exactly. Pereira absolutely should have held on to that one. 40 seconds left. Reynolds will play it 35 metres out in midfield. Walsh turns it inside for Simu. Simu breaks the line. Tripped up 10 metres out. A try saver from Taupiki. Front foot ball here for the Broncos. Hunt goes left for Walsh at first receiver. Reece Walsh looks to put the grubber kick in. And he's dropped the ball. It misses the boot completely. And that will be the game. Penalty Warriors for dissent. Reece Walsh, after being called for the knock-on, got up in the face of Ashley Klein. And Ashley Klein said there'll be none of that. Reece immediately penalises him for dissent. And that is definitely the game. The Warriors were going to wind down the clock and play the scrum, but they don't have to anymore. The penalty was given, and that definitely takes us to full time. They can just put it into touch and end it, or they can tap and take a tackle. Reece Walsh penalised on full time for dissent. Moronic douchebaggery says Reece had an absolute shocker. He certainly bloody did. And I'll tell you what, if the Hammer was already the front runner for the Origin jersey, he is well and truly clear out in front. Oh, Simu copped an accidental knee to the head. And that's why the big man is groggy in back play. Simu. Copped an accidental knee from Healy right to the top of the temple. And the poor fella's in a bad way. UFC Only Fams says Slater loves Reece. There is absolutely no way Reece does not make the squad in some capacity. Oh, I agree with you on that one, UFC. I agree with you on that one. He will be in the squad. It's just the leaked reports are that the Hammer is getting the nod to start game 1. Absolutely, Reece Walsh will be in the squad. Warriors kick it into touch. 42 points to 12. Victorious at full time. Up the Waz. stepping onto the Suncorp Stadium turf and getting the job done. All right, we got to get ready for what's about to come. The Panthers taking on the Dragons. Dear oh dear, can the Dragons show up and put up a fight? Or will we break out the record books? That's coming up in about 20 minutes' time. So, here's what we're going to do. YouTube and Twitch will stay live. TikTok, I'm going to end the stream, and I will start a new one in about, 10 minutes. How does that sound? So I'll go set up all the scoreboards and everything. I'll slap my multi on. Warriors 42, Adam Reynolds 12. Victors over the Broncos here today. We'll be right back for the Panthers versus the Dragons coming up next on the Wasted World of Sports.
Sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest with a laugh and a cheer. We lay down our bets, no serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. here for the jokes and teddy pants-less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
One, two, three, four, Teddy lost his shorts again. He's burning down the sideline. Boots blurred, defenders flatline. Eyes on the prize, he don't even flinch till his shorts get yanked and we all get a glimpse. Oh, he's got the moves, he's got the pace. That fullback fire, no one can chase. But every second game without fail, he moves the crowd like his tail's from the tail. Tedesco's got that power peach. Tears through lines like a one-man
Wasted Water Sports crew, ahoy. Welcome along. Back for your second game here as the final one of Magic Round. I was having a little bit of a joke in between games there and piled on the points for the Panthers, and I didn't realize I was going to have to actually go through and undo them all one by one. Anyways, welcome along. Nice to have you here for the final game of Magic Round. Can you believe it's all over? This is it. Magic Round. I mean, I suppose for those of us who are home enjoying the games on television, Magic Round doesn't mean all that much to us. Basically, for those who don't know, Magic Round, all the games are played at Suncorp Stadium. That's essentially it. Every game played at Suncorp Stadium. It's a big, massive rugby league weekend here in Brisbane. And it's gone very, very quickly. Yes, Robert Peters. Chicken George, ahoy, mate. So I'm afraid, look, I have all the love in the world for the Dragons. I actually had the Dragons as my smoky to make the top 8 at the start of the year before we had seen any play played. I regret that decision, don't I? Big time. Much regret. They have let me down. And I just, yeah, I don't know. I can't. I want to believe in the Dragons, but I just can't. Therefore, I've had to. Until I've been given reason to choose otherwise, I have just stacked this multi with Panthers. Dylan Edwards, Milky Jenkins, Casey McLean, and Blaze Telungi. Gamer Mel says, I don't care who wins. I just want a good game. That's usually my mindset for so many contests. Highlanders fan, ahoy, mate. They call it Magic Round for a reason. And I think there hasn't been enough magic until all the magic goes to the Dragons tonight and up the was. I'll tell you what, it would honestly be such a we all know that I like the Panthers, right? Panthers are my dad's team, so I have all the love in the world for them, and I want to see them do well and win as much as possible, win all the premierships as possible. It really would, like you hear it said all the time, it'd be good for the game, right? We actually hear that probably said and thrown about way too much about things that aren't actually necessarily truly good for the game. I want to throw it out there tonight. I want to say that if the Dragons won tonight, it would be good for the game. If the bottom of the table team can defeat the top of the table team, that's got to be good for the game, right? Great for the competition. So I don't throw that phrase around willy-nilly. I truly mean it. I think it would be good for the game if the Dragons could find some form. I don't think personally sacking Shane Flanagan was the right option. UFC says, you're good for the game, mate. Oh, truly humbled by that statement. Thank you very much, UFC. I have missed you, my friend. Genuinely. And I know that you're a good judge of, you're obviously a good judge of when people are lying or not. So you know that I'm telling the truth when I say that. Craig Howard says, will Puff the Magic Dragon win Magic Round? I love it. I love it, Craig. Puff the Magic Dragon with some Magic Round magic. Daryl Woods, ahoy, mate. Hey, big fella, up the Panthers. Aaron says, as a Panthers fan, I've been calling the Dragons winning for about 4 weeks. I've got one better for you, Aaron. As a Sharks fan, for pretty much all my life, I have been calling the Sharks because the Sharks, trust me, I've been supporting this team for a long time. Sharkies have a history, a long and storied history of playing teams into form. If the Dragons don't win tonight, I guarantee you that they beat the Sharks in a few weeks when we play. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Bloody Sharks, trust me, I've been supporting the team long enough to know This game about to get underway. Panthers versus the Dragons. It'll be one of the most almighty upsets, certainly of this season, but possibly of all time. Referee blows the whistle. Dylan Edwards with the kickoff. Dragons will get first use of it. Can they score from the kickoff? Rugby League Live 4 style. No, they can't. They're met in the first tackle. I know, by the way, I do know that there's been another game since Rugby League Live 4, but Rugby League Live 4 is still my go-to. Do let me know, gamers in the chat room. Should I upgrade? Should I get the new one? As this is quick play the ball speed from the Dragons to start this game. And they're going to need all the quick play the balls in the world to be in this fight. Up to halfway here off the first set. Dragons navigate their first set of 6. Atkinson gets the kick away from halfway. Sends it high down into the left corner for Milky Jenkins. And Jenkins is wrapped up in a good kick chase just outside the 10. So the Dragons, they've come out with some intent at least. Max OG says, yes, it's a mad game. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Yeah. I'll most certainly have to check it out as Blaze Talungi down the short side on the left here for the Panthers. Lindsay Smith backs his way up to the defensive line. SGM for this game, Dylan Edwards, Milky Jenkins, Casey McLean, Blaze Talungi. It's all Panthers. Fifth and last, 10 short of halfway. Cleary puts the kick down to this left corner, and it's taken on the full by Gutho. And we don't hear much about King Gutho anymore, do we? So, yes, all Panthers in my multi. I've had to say the Dragons will probably score a try, at least, even if it's a consolation try at the very end, and they're held to donuts for the rest of it. I think they do get a try at some point, but it's just, until the Dragons give me reason to believe, I cannot put any of them in my multi. Simple as that. Up over halfway now on the fifth and last, and seriously, 2 sets of 6 in, they're winning the territory battle. Small victories, right? Atkinson puts the kick down, and Dylan Edwards takes it. Brings it back to the 20 for the Panthers. Mr. Reliable. Dylan Edwards, the Blues starting fullback for sure. For sure. I understand that Teddy's been in sublime form, but Dylan Edwards is the go-to. I'm sorry. He's the first man picked for me. 6 again here for the Panthers. 35 out from their own line. Alamotti takes it 1 out from the ruck. Caden Murphy, ahoy, mate. You've got McLean, Papali'i, Atkinson, and 2 shared it around. I love it. That must be paying a fair bit. Papali'i up over halfway. Good charge. Runs over the top of Atkinson. Speed bumps him on play 4. Smith back into midfield. Out the back for Yo. Cleary shifts it to the right. Tungo bumps off the first tackle. He's taken down on the 20. Fifth and last, 52 metres off that set as Cleary puts the crossfield kick in, and it is literally across the field. Jenkins takes it, pops it up inside for Yo. Yo at the second attempt, back for Papali'i. He keeps it alive for Talungi. Now they've got space down the left. Somehow Jenkins toes it through, and it's dived on by the Dragons. Taylor, ahoy. Straight through goes Setu 2. A clean line break from the Dragons, by God. Out to the 35 metres. Couchman brings it back into midfield just short of halfway. Setu 2. Almost setting the field alight. You know that it's been a bad season for the Dragons when we get excited over a 15-metre break upfield. Cook goes from dummy half. He's tripped up, gets up, goes again. Gives the pass to Ryan Couchman, the other of the Couchman brothers. Fifth and last now for the Dragons. They go right edge for Atkinson. Puts the high ball up. A contestable kick. 10 out from the line. Jenkins comes forward and attacks it. And Milky's doing Milky things. A beautiful take under the high ball. UFC only fans, you've got an interesting bet. McLean anytime, Alamotti or Holmes anytime. Oh, I love it, working with the combos. I'm pretty sure I taught you that if I'm not mistaken. Talangi or Tui Pelotu anytime and under 64 points. 10 down for 250 return. I like it. 10 short of halfway now, the Panthers. Alamotti plays it. Here's Smith at first receiver. Dummies outside for Papali'i. Takes the tackle on halfway. Odd pop it. Ahoy, mate. Cleary from halfway puts the high ball up. And Gutho's under it at the back. Takes the ball 20 out from his own line. Queensland OT. Ahoy, mate. Nice to see you again. You've been one off on your bets for thousands. For weeks now. Ah, the classic one-leg fail. Remember, I did say we should release a T-shirt called One Leg Short. As the Dragons now up to the halfway mark, they're sneaking into the Panthers' half. Every set of 6 so far, the Dragons. Fifth and last, 40 metres out. Tigers supporter, ahoy. Atkinson takes it to the line. 30 metres out, puts the high ball up. Edwards, safe and secure under the high ball. Dylan Edwards, New South Wales Blues fullback. Daryl Woods says, I'd buy that shirt. Yes, I'll do it. Wasted World of Sports merchandise. One leg short. Brian To'o with a good charge up the middle. 10 short of halfway. Lussick sent it to the right for Edwards. Intercepted by the Dragons, but they just don't have the pace. They steal the ball, though, 40 metres out. Tui Pelotu. It wasn't like Wateni Zalesniak that last game. Wateni Zalesniak with the intercept and the pace to go the distance. Big Christian Tui Pelotu, he's a wrecking ball. He's not a pace runner. 20 metres out from the line. Dragons on the attack. Can you believe what we're seeing in the opening 10 minutes of this game? Pacific Tonga with the setup. 20 metres out in midfield. Flanagan for Gutherson. Quick hands from Holmes. On to Tui Pelotu. Here's the first try of the game. Christian Tui Pelotu plants it down on the left edge. Oh, it's being sent up as no try. A potential double movement here from Christian Tui Pelotu. Alamotti clings onto the tackle. Edwards gets across. They bring him down short of the line. He's turned on his back. He now flips around and he's short of the line there. Does he promote the ball or does he slide across? Momentum brings him across. Give it to him. Give it to them. Momentum slides him across. Oh, painfully short there for the Dragons. He makes a second effort at a penalty to the Panthers. No try. So close yet so far here for the Dragons. So close. What a start, though, by the Red V. Well, they're not the Red V tonight. They've got the white hoops. A predominantly red jersey and white hoops. Chris Bradley, ahoy, mate. Panthers with the penalty. Still inside their own 20. Lussick goes short for a Tungo. Isaac Tungo is starting in the second row tonight. How about that? Forcing Luke Garner to the bench. Isaac Tungo, generally a centre, starting in the second row tonight. Papali'i over the top of Atkinson. Up to halfway. Smith at first receiver for Yo. Quick hands from Cleary. Tungo now in a little bit of space. 40 metres out from the Dragons line. Fifth and last for the Panthers. 51 metres off that set. Cleary from 40 out. puts the high ball up. Gutherson under no pressure at the back. Oh, but now he's under pressure. As soon as he comes down with the ball, Brian To'o is there. And it's a beast of a hit, 10 metres out from the line. Bollywood Legacy, ahoy. A late offload here for 2. Scampers away down the right edge. But they're still inside their red zone here, the Dragons. 3 tackles gone now. Go Panthers, says Chris Bradley and Sarah Lynn Pelly. Some big Panthers support in the chat. Jason Smith says, go Dragons. 5th and last now for the Dragons. 10 short of halfway. They stay short side. Atkinson puts the kick down. And Edwards running back for it on his own goal line. Heads in field. Links up with To'o. And Holmes leading the kick chase. SZN, Scooter Edits. Ahoy, mate. Adam Huglow says, give Gutho a try. He's sad for leaving Para. Hasn't been the same since he left Para, hey. 68% territory in favour of the Dragons, huh? Panthers yet to get into the game. 2 tackles left here this set. Moses Leota into the Dragons half. 10 minutes gone. Dragons dominating possession and territory. Cleary puts the high ball up. Gutherson under it again. Tungo puts the hit in. Isaac Tungo starting in the second row tonight. Luke Garner dropping back to the bench. And that was a huge kick chase and a big hit. Taffy 4 says might rain before too much longer. It's been a bit that way in Brisbane this whole week, hasn't it? I'm just on the south side myself, and yeah, this whole Magic Round week / weekend has been on again, off again rain as Atkinson from inside the 40 puts the kick straight down the throat of Edwards on the 20. And the ever-reliable Dylan Edwards brings it back for the Panthers. Jenkins just going through the motions here, the Panthers. Going to let the game come to them, it looks like. Cat Lego, ahoy. Very good morning. Nice to see you again. Up over halfway, Casey McLean. A good line-bending run up the middle. Now Edwards has a go. He gets through Damien Cook. Brought down by Egan, 25 metres out. Cleary wants it on the left. Puts the high ball up for Jenkins. Jenkins over the top of 2. Spins. Reaches out. Plants it down. Milky. Milky Jenkins with the first try. Cleary targeting him on the left edge with the high ball. He claims it, lands, spins, reaches out, and he gets it down. 4-0 Panthers. Jenkins, tick number 1 off the multi. Please tell me it was under 10 minutes. Oh, sorry, Heart Ticker. You're just out of luck there. Just. Oh! Yes, he does. He gets it on the second attempt. Milky Jenkins with the first try. Odd Poppet says, and so it begins. Now, Nia Lovey, let's not have abuse towards other teams, okay? We support our own teams and we dislike other teams, but there's no need for such abuse towards them. Four points to 0 as the tries confirmed. Milky Jenkins leading the try scorers chart in season 2026. Panthers up 4 points to 0. Nathan Cleary from the sideline. First conversion attempt. Cleary strikes it well. It's on target. It holds its line down the middle. Nathan Cleary converts, and the Panthers lead 6-0. Lucas, you've got To'o, Jenkins, Holmes, and Alamotti. Yeah, I went all Panthers in mine. Jenkins, tick. Need Edwards, need McLean, and need Blaze Talangi. DL, ahoy, mate. Thank you very much for the heart me. DL says, OMG, that defense was woeful. Gamer Mel says, Dan, do you want to know my crazy SGM for this game? Of course. Doesn't even need the question to be asked, Gamer Mel. Lussick for Yo. Brings it out to the 20. Panthers. Smith beats the first tackle of Atkinson. That's about 4 missed tackles already for Atco. And we're only 14 minutes into this game. Sliding off all the hits. Cleary from inside the 40 on play 4. Angles it for the sideline, but Gutherson's there. Gutho brings it outside the 20. Caught by To'o and Alamotti. They've got him up off the deck. He forces the pass back. And Tuivasa-Sheck is there, thankfully, for the Dragons. 20 out from their own line. Val Holmes now into Leiataua and Tungo. Massive defense here for the Panthers. Tuivasa-Sheck goes again up the middle. Yo's got hold of him, and Lindsay Smith and Lussick bring him to ground 10 short of halfway. Gutherson at first receiver for Atkinson. They shift right. Just short of halfway. Setutu will play it. And now some space up the middle for Hamish Stewart. It's shut down pretty quickly. Fifth and last, Atkinson puts the kick up. Edwards is under it on the 10. And he backs up for it nicely. Mr. Reliable, Dylan Edwards. 25 minutes left in this opening half. 6 points to nil. The Panthers, I think we expected this to be a little bit more of a blowout already. Alamotti down the short side. 30 out from their own line now, the Panthers. Finding it slow going here. Not having things all their own way. Tungo plays at 10 short of the halfway line. Yo at first receiver for Talangi. Papali'i keeps the shift out to the left for McLean. Can't get away from Setutu. Fifth and last. Lussick for Cleary, who puts the high ball up. It won't be contestable. Gutho's under it on the 20. Takes it safely. Oh, but what a kick chase from Papali'i. Absolutely rocks Gutho in the tackle. And the Dragons slow to retreat behind the play the ball here. Panthers with some dominant defense. Wyatt on TikTok, you've got Lussick, To'o, Edwards, and Cleary. I noticed that most people tonight do have a swarm of Panthers players in their multis. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy, mate. As Dylan Egan takes it up over halfway. Fifth and last now for the Dragons. 40 metres out. Atkinson with the high ball. Straight down the gullet of Edwards under no pressure at the back. And Edwards gets on the outside of Flanagan, but now he's heading back towards his goal line. Slips out of the tackle of Stewart. Fends away from another. Edwards up outside the 20. From dummy half now, Blaze Talangi. Why do you get the feeling, that sneaky feeling, no disrespect to the Dragons and what they're doing, but, oh, here's an error as the rain. Somebody in the chat room called it. Here's the rain, and Papali'i is the first victim of this torrential downpour. He loses the ball in contact. Somebody in the YouTube chat, I think, said the rain is not far away, and there it is. Now, this is actually a really interesting development because we've seen the Panthers in recent seasons. The Panthers and wet weather footy do not mix. This has now got very interesting. Tackle 4 for the Dragons. 10 metres out. Atkinson takes the line on. Penalty for a high contact. The rain absolutely hammering down. The Panthers, they struggle in wet weather. Will 6 points be enough? The Dragons tap and go. They know that they're not going to do this in twos. Flanagan. Inside for Couchman. 2 metres out. Cook sends it left for Atkinson. Out the back for Flanagan. Gutho up in the line for Holmes. Tries to go in and away on Alamotti, who brings him down 10 metres out. Slow ball here for Gutherson back in midfield. To'o holds him up. Holmes gets a hand on it. A cheeky hand and knocks it on. Frustration in the coach's box. A cheeky little knock on. And the Panthers are off the hook. Yeah, this is interesting. This rain really, really evens things up. I tell you, the people who have put a cheeky bet on the Dragons here, if this rain keeps up for the whole game, scrum down for the Panthers. 10 out from their own line. Jenkins takes the first hit up. 20 minutes left in this opening half. Yo. Driven back in a 3-man tackle. Referee calls held. Still 10 metres out here, the Panthers. Their own end of the field. Smith gets the bumpers up. 20 out from the line. Slow going here in the wet, the Panthers. Papali'i takes the 4th. They're only out to the 30. Yo, through the hands now for Leiataua. 30 metres out on the 5th and last. Back for Cleary to put the kick in. And he sends it deep. Taken on the 4 by Gutherson on the 20. And Gutho winds up. Met by Isaac Tungo and Blaze Talungi on the 30-metre line. Dragons stay short side here for Tui Pilotu. 10 short of halfway. They could be in this game up to their necks here, the Dragons, if this rain persists. Good run here from Dylan Egan. Post-contact meters up the middle. They're 45 metres out. 6 again for a ruck infringement. Here they come. 30 metres out in midfield. Cook catches them napping up the middle. Taken down from behind by Leiataua. 20 metres out. Front foot ball here for the Dragons. Flanagan inside for Holmes. Back in field goes Val Holmes. Taken down, 20 out in front of the posts. Halfway through the set. Atkinson for Gutho. Out the back. The double pump from Sully to 2. He steps back inside Edwards. Edwards makes the hit. Dylan Edwards with the try saver. Sully now. Half a metre out. 5th and last. It's on out to the left. Atkinson wants it. Chips over the top. Looking for Flanagan, but Alamotti flying through the air, takes it and breaks the hearts of the Dragons. 5 out from their own line. A poor end of set at the end for the Dragons. The Panthers, they're having some questions asked of them, though. And that's all we wanted, isn't it? We wanted to see a game. And we're seeing a game at the moment. 24 tackles in the Panthers half. Nothing to show for it. Oh, Panther says Johnny Gibbs on ABC today said the only way the Dragons can win is if Penrith are off their game and it rains. Seems like we might have a combination of both at the moment. Panthers just going through the motions. They did come up with the first drop ball of the game as soon as that rain set in. Papali'i with the Butterfingers. Dragons now with Setu 2 up to halfway. Blaze Talungi makes the hit Papali'i in there to help out. They drive him sideways. Still short of the halfway mark, momentarily at least anyway, as Gula takes it up into the Panthers half. They go again. 2 tackles left for the Dragons. Cook goes left for Couchman. Toby Couchman beats the first tackle. 30 metres out in midfield, 5th and last. Cook for Atkinson. Puts the high ball up. Looking for Setutu, who flies through. Jenkins claims it, though. Milky. Somehow he held on to that ball, Milky Jenkins. And the Panthers diffuse it once more. To'o in midfield. 16 minutes until the halftime break. And it's only 6-0. Who had this? Slow play the ball. Yo at the back for Cleary. The double pump for Talangi. And now McLean takes on Atkinson. Atco makes a tackle on halfway. 5th and last. Cleary puts a high floating bomb up. Oh, this is a tester for Gutho. He lets it bounce. Everyone lets it bounce. Cleary gets it on the second attempt, puts the kick through. It sits up on the goal line, bounces back in field over Gutherson's head. But thankfully, it continued its trajectory to the sideline and over. Lucky there for the Dragons, letting that high ball bounce. Cleary got the ball back. Anything could have happened off that second kick. Robert Peters says Panthers look tired. Maybe the Panthers were out partying last night, huh? What do we reckon? Is that a possibility? I still remember a State of Origin up here once. 6 again for the Dragons. I do believe it was Josh Dugan. Anyone remember him? Loose pass here for the Dragons to Stewart, but he does well to scoop it up on the ankles. That was a tough pickup given the conditions. But yeah, I remember Dugan sort of led a party for the Blues on the eve of Origin as Holmes coughs the ball up. Alamotti comes away with it. But we've got a whistle in back play. First knock on by the Panthers. Brian To'o jams up on Val Holmes, and yes, he does get a hand on it. Bats it down. Knock on first by the Panthers. The Dragons will get the ball back. Back into the Panthers half they go. Sololnu says Dugan loves the lolly drinks cruises. I'll bet. He looks like a vodka cruiser drinker, Josh Dugan. 30 metres out from the line in midfield. The Dragons on the attack again. Can they come up with some points? Cook goes short for Atkinson to take the line on. 5th and last now. 10 metres out. And he's lost the ball, Atkinson. Daniel Atkinson spills the ball. Panthers off the hook. 13 minutes left in this opening half. 6-0. Slippery conditions indeed. Robert Peters, as there was that little... The rain has stopped. I mean, that's what it's been doing here in Brisbane this whole week. Just like bollocking down for about 3 minutes. And then just sunshine randomly. Obviously no sunshine at the moment because it's 7 o'clock at night, but the rain has stopped, it seems. And that's what it's been doing, just torrential downpour for like 2 minutes. 12.5 until the break. Yo. Bumps off the tackle of Gawler and spills it in contact. Isaiah Yo drops it. Dragons back in possession and inside the Panthers half. 40 metres out from the line. An uncharacteristic mistake from Isaiah Yo. Tells you how slippery the conditions are, I suppose, when players like that start dropping the ball. 20 metres out from the line now. Play 2, midfield. Options left and right. Cook goes right. Flanagan for Atkinson. The short ball. Double pump to Couchman. 10 metres out. Back into midfield. Flanagan for Gula. Dummies. 5 metres out. Right in front of the posts. 2 tackles left. Cook for Flanagan on the right side. Atkinson for Sully. Gets away from Casey McLean and loses the ball. Penalty Dragons, though. No, sorry, my mistake. Thought I heard the referee blow the whistle for a penalty. Sully drops it. Panthers back in possession. Lockie, ahoy mate. Lockie, the Denialation. Genuinely impressed by the Dragons. Good on the Broncos losing, though. Edwards up to halfway with a good carry. Fresh on the field here, Liam Henry. Into the Dragons' half. Cleary takes the line on. Can't beat the tackle of Gula. 5th and last, 40 metres out. Taking himself out of the kicking line again, Cleary. This is happening a lot this season. Talungi puts the high ball up. Jenkins bats it back. And then Henry spills it infield. They've made a complete mess of it on the rebound there, the Panthers. Ten and a half to go until the break. Big defense from the Panthers in midfield. This is a tense-old game. I'll put it that way. A tense-old matchup. 10 minutes until the break. Gutherson up the middle. 10 short of halfway. Couchman. Dummies. Flung to ground by Liam Henry. 2 tackles left. Gula. Straight up the middle. Takes it to the Panthers 40. 5th and last. Atkinson will put the high ball up. A tester here for Jenkins again. He's been solid so far. He's solid again, Milky. Takes the high ball and drops to ground. 15 out from their own line. Panthers ball. Daryl Woods says, massive Panthers supporter, but geez, the Dragons are putting it up to them as To'o bends the line in midfield. Stays down after the tackle. Brian To'o. Oh, God, I hope he's trying to milk a penalty because the Blues can't afford any more injuries. And it looks like he is just trying to milk a penalty here. Nine minutes until the break, and the Blues cannot afford any more players to be out. Halfway through the set, the Panthers on their own 30. Papali'i taken down by Hamish Stewart. Origin teams get announced Monday morning. So tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. is when the teams are expected to start coming through as Cleary puts the high ball up. 2 lets it bounce. And it sits up nicely for him. 8 minutes 40 left in this opening half. 6 points to 0. The Panthers. Where's all the try scorers? I loaded up on Penrith Panthers for the SGM. Nobody seems to be scoring tries. 2 tackles left. Cook goes quickly. Gutherson up the middle. Flick pass out the back for Cook. Second phase ball. Fends away from Talungi. And Lussick comes at him. The Dragons now 5th and last, 30 metres out. 53 metres off that set. Atkinson chips it over the top. Looking for 2. 2's not chasing through. The ball's batted back to Blaze Talungi. Nobody chasing up there for the Dragons. Really lazy effort. Really lazy effort. Robert Peters says, is your bet safe, Dan? I think so. There's still a long way to go in this game. We've already got 1 tick down. So Edwards, slow to get up and play it. Feels like he might have copped a high shot there. The referee has kept the whistle in the pocket here. Fifth and last now for the Panthers, just inside the Dragons' half. Cleary from 40 out puts the high ball up. Pressure here on 2. McLean gets up for it, and the Dragons come away with it off the rebound. It was scrappy, but they'll take it. 10 out from their own line. 7 minutes left in this opening stanza. We're all just standing around waiting for the Dragons to break, and they're just not breaking at the moment. Credit to them. Oh, now they've come up with a mistake. This could open the floodgates. This could open it up. A dropped ball in the play of the ball. Panthers will go on the attack 30 meters out. 6.5 minutes left until the break. This could open it up. That's a big mistake. Incorrect play of the ball. Scrum down Panthers midfield 30 meters out. Options left and right. Jenkins is standing one out from the scrum here on the left. And he's the one who takes the hit up. Beats the first tackle of Atkinson. Missed tackle number 643 from Atco tonight. Cleary grubbers on play 2. And it deflects and sits up for Gutherson. Tell me they're not having a training drill. Please tell me the Panthers are not treating this as a training game. Why would you grubber kick through on play 2? I don't care if your name's Nathan Cleary. That is an absolute goose of a play. On play 2, in wet conditions, 20 meters out from the line, they are not taking this game seriously at all. JD, ahoy, mate. Both teams still warming up. Quite possibly so, as Val Holmes, fighting for an Origin jersey, spins out of a couple of tackles. Sets it up for Gula in midfield. Fifth and last now for the Dragons. Atkinson puts a high floating bomb up. Jenkins under it on the 20. Rolls forward to take it. Gets up and goes. Jenkins through the first tackle. 5 minutes until the break. 6 again for a ruck infringement as Blaze Talungi brings it outside the 40. McLean into dummy half. Has a dart. He's up to halfway. Papali'i straight ahead. Takes it to the Dragons 40. 2 tackles left here for the Panthers. Cleary out wide for Edwards. And now Alamotti steps inside Holmes. Brought down by Flanagan. 30 meters out on this right side. Edwards to Cleary. Numbers left. Yo flicks it out the back. It bounces for Papali'i. Casey McLean picks it up. Steps inside Sully. Fends away from Atkinson. Gutherson with the try saver. 10 out from the line. Lussick goes quickly. Sends it to Jenkins on the left. And Milky Jenkins scores a try he had absolutely no right to. Setu 2 had him covered, but he spins, ducks under, and plants it down in the corner. Milky gets a double. He had absolutely no space to work with, no right to score the try. One-on-one with Setu 2, and he finds a way. Gutherson with the try saver initially on Casey McLean. Lussick goes the short side left. Oh, Jenkins steps inside 2, ducks under the second tackle. It was probably Atkinson. It was Atkinson. Okay. Oh, poor Atkinson. He is having a nightmare defensively. Milky Jenkins straight over the top of him. A weak attempt from Setu 2. Powers through Daniel Atkinson on the try line. 10 points to 0 with the kick to come. Really poor goal on defense there from the Dragons. A soft effort from Setu 2. And just, I mean, Daniel Atkinson may as well have not even been there. Let's be honest. 2.5 until the break. Nathan Cleary from the sideline. Old Panther with an interesting magic round stat. The favourites have won only 4 of 8 in the final game of Magic Round. Well, it's about to be 5 from 9. Nathan Cleary from the sideline to put the Panthers up by 2 converted tries. Moves in, puts it on target right down the middle. Good Lord. Too easy. Too easy for Cleary. 12 points to 0. I'll tell you what, they're making it difficult, though. Up the Chief, 2007. Ahoy. Does Jackson Ford make Origin? I've got him in there. Whether or not he actually does or not. As a Blues supporter, I have absolutely zero faith in Laurie Daly. Zero. Less than 0. I've got Jackson Ford in my team, but we'll see. I don't know. Laurie Daly will probably pick about 13 fullbacks instead. $20 out from their own line here, the Panthers. 12 points to 0. Isidore, have you heard the news that Ivan's left? Yes, indeed. Ivan Cleary announcing that he is stepping down from coaching at the end of next season. Cleary goes left for Talangi. Dummies and takes the line on. Sully brings him down on 5th and last. 10 metres into the Dragons' half. Cleary, another high floating bomb. Not a lot of distance on it. The Dragons let the Panthers have it. And Gutherson comes down with it off the bat back. 20 out from their own line. Holmes goes down the short side. Papali'i wraps him up. 25 out from their own end here, the Dragons. 1 minute left until the halftime break. Ivan Cleary will still be coaching the Panthers next year, up the Chief. Next year will be his last year before he shifts into more of a director's role. But they've already announced who the next coach will be. The current assistant coach. His name escapes me. Old Panther probably knows in the chat room. As the Panthers now in the final 30 seconds of this first half. 12 points to 0. This has not been the blowout we expected. Jenkins. 10 short of halfway. Just a couple of plays left. Edwards for Cleary. They shift right. Cleary looks to put the kick in again. It deflects off the Dragons. Sits up for Tungo. He puts the grubber kick in behind. And it's picked up by Gutherson at the back. Gutherson to the halfway line. Peter Wallace. I knew the old Panther would know. Peter Wallace will take over the Panthers in 2028. The current assistant coach, as this ball bounces awkwardly for To'o. Sits up for Damien Cook. And Cook scores a try right on the stroke of halftime. Damien Cook, the man who can't get a contract at the moment. A very fortunate bounce. Awkward for Brian To'o at the back. And the Dragons strike. Bang on halftime. Damien Cook put the kick in. It bounces horribly for To'o. Cook follows it up. Always kept the pressure on. And he plants it down beside the posts. A little bit lackadaisical here for To'o. If we're being fair, it was an awkward bounce. But it was a little bit of a lazy track back. And Damien Cook says, thanks, I'll have a piece of that. Oh, wait just a minute. No, no, don't take it off him. They want to have a look at the bunker. The bunker wants a look. Damien Cook might have touched this ball into Nathan Cleary. constituting a knock on. Or what are we looking at here? To'o. Damien Cook has been judged to kick the hand. You can't kick the ball out of somebody's hand. Brian To'o has gone down for the ball, grabbed it, says the bunker. Damien Cook has then been deemed to have kicked the ball out of Brian To'o's hand, which you cannot do. Penalty to the Panthers, no try. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Brian To'o had his hands on the ball. You can't kick the ball out of the hands. Penalty to the Panthers. Cleary puts it into touch. That's the halftime break. Well, after this play. Cleary finds touch on halfway. Are they going to snap a long-range drop goal? No. Cleary's going to put the high floating bomb up. Gutherson comes forward for it. Lost forward by Jenkins. Val Holmes has it. Holmes makes a mess of it. Casey McLean comes away with it, but there'll be no advantage. The original knock-on from Jenkins. No advantage. Oh, Valentine Holmes. Talk about giving the coach a heart attack. But there was no advantage from the Jenkins knock-on. 12 points to 0 at the halftime break. Oh, there's millimeters in it. Milliseconds. But ultimately, I think that's the right call. You can't kick the ball out of somebody's hands. And Brian To'o did quite clearly appear to have his hands around the ball, in fairness. But boy, you almost want to see them have it, though. ARW says just because you're from PNG doesn't mean you have to go for the Chiefs. There's heaps of New Zealanders that hate the Warriors. Yeah, well, that's exactly right, man. Like, you don't have to go for the Chiefs if you're from PNG. It's not mandatory. I actually asked that question the other stream last weekend, I think it was. I did actually ask the question. I was just curious. We've got a lot of PNG followers here on the channel. And I was just curious, like, you obviously watched the NRL if you're here. So you've already got a team that you're back. And I was just curious. I asked, when the Chiefs come into the competition, will you be jumping on the Chiefs bandwagon and leaving your current team? Or will you continue to mainly support your current team that you've picked and the Chiefs just become your default second team? And we had a few people that were jumping on board with the Chiefs, fully committed. But yeah, it's not mandatory. You don't have to. Absolutely. Ziggy 0583. You need Casey McLean, Cleary, and Blaze to score. I still need Dylan Edwards, Casey McLean, and Blaze Talungi. Mitchell Awata. Did I say that right? Mitchell Awata. PNG here, but Penrith for life. Very nice. Caleb. Is it just me, or are the Panthers just playing bad? They're certainly not playing well. Let's put it that way. Up the Chief says, do you think Nathan Cleary goes to the Waz in 2028? I don't think so. I don't think either Cleary goes anywhere. Just personally. I think that Ivan stays on in a coaching advisor role. And Nathan stays at the club. Just me personally. ARW says tall poppy syndrome is huge in New Zealand. But also, Warriors sucked for so long, or weren't a team until the mid-90s. a lot of older New Zealanders were Manly fans. There you go. All right, Wasted Water Sports crew, halftime here, 12 points to nil. The Panthers leading in a very, very tough battle out there. Second half coming up soon. Don't get tricked. Ahoy, mate. We'll catch you guys shortly for the second half. Panthers, Dragons.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest with a laugh and a cheer. We lay down our bets, no serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.
Ah, yes, Wasted Water Sports crew, halftime here, 12 points to nil in favour of the Panthers. It's been a tense, tough battle in the wet weather conditions so far, but they've done just enough. 2 tries to Milky Jenkins, converted by Nathan Cleary from the sideline. That's the difference between the two teams so far. The Dragons, credit where credit is due. They've stayed in the fight. Perhaps should have had a try right on the stroke of halftime. That will go down as a rather contentious call. Look, you can't kick the ball out of somebody's hands. There'll be debate about whether Brian To'o actually had it controlled in his hands or not. We can talk about that all night long if we want to. It won't change a thing. The try was disallowed. Penalty went to the Panthers. It is what it is. And it's 12 points to nil at the break. Nothing can be done about it now. Look, me personally, I would have given the try. I think sometimes what can happen is, look, it's tough, man. The rules are the rules. They've got to be enforced, but I think sometimes in trying to enforce the rules to the absolute letter of the law, we lose the feel and the flow for the game. The feel and the flow for the game in that moment was Damien Cook got the toe through, play on, try. You slow it down, you put it on slow motion, you look frame by frame. To'o gets hands on the ball. I feel like we've lost the feel and the flow for the game, and we're trying to enforce things right down to the very last dot, which isn't necessarily a great thing for the game, but that's just my 2 cents. Keen to know what everybody else feels. Halftime break is 12 points to 0 in favor of the Panthers, though. Daryl Woods says that's a mad song. Cheers, mate. The Wasted Water Sports updated theme song. A little bit more polished and a little bit more professional. Ghost Particle says Bennett, oldest ever professional coach, and I don't think he's stopping anytime soon. Wayne Bennett, we hate to talk about depressing things like death, but I've got a feeling that Wayne Bennett will pretty much coach until life takes him away from us. Caleb on TikTok says, how is this happening? Panthers are on top of the ladder, and then the Dragons are on the bottom of the ladder. How is this game even close? Well, we talked about it in the pregame about the possibilities and never really thought that it could happen, but here we are. The wet weather has certainly evened things up a bit. We know the Panthers, they have a history of struggling in the wet weather conditions. The rain plummeted down. Emmanuel walks with you. You got to be on the road at 3 a.m. Got a wide load to drive down to the capital. Oh, wow. Big road trip. Very nice. So, Emmanuel walks with you, truck driver or courier driver of some description. Very nice. Ziggy says Coach Wayne Bennett has his niece is a teacher at your school. There you go. Wayne Bennett himself, he was a police officer, right? Have I got that correct? Uncle Wayne's a former policeman. ARW says, unfortunately, Bellamy has been given his expiry date. Been a great stalwart for rugby league. Oh, fireworks at halftime. The final game of Magic Round. What a weekend it's been. Some of the games haven't really lived up to expectation, but it's been a very enjoyable weekend. Will the Panthers go on with it here in the second half? Or can the Dragons stay in this dogfight? The Panthers, all smiles and all laughs in the changing room. I do wonder if they're taking this game completely seriously. Oh, here's a replay of that call right on the stroke of halftime. Oh boy, you be the judge in the chat room. That's a try for mine. ARW says Magic Round should be taken to different venues. Suncorp is getting a bit tiresome. And I've got to say, this is always going to be a problem for Magic Round, is the lack of crowd for certain games. And it will always be the case. And it would always be the case even if they played them all at their individual venues as well. some teams just don't draw a crowd. It's as simple as that. But I do feel like ARW, outside of that Warriors game, Warriors Broncos was obviously the main event of this Magic Round weekend. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat room, but I feel like probably more often than not, this Magic Round weekend, the weather has probably contributed to it tonight as well, let's be fair, but more often than not this weekend, it has been an empty stadium. Like, not completely empty, obviously. That's ridiculous. But, like, there's been more empty seats than bums in chairs up until that Warriors-Broncos game. Am I being fair in that respect for anyone who's seen it and been paying attention? I mean, the stadium is cleared out here for this Panthers-Dragons game. And the wet weather would have had something to do with it. It was mainly Warriors supporters who piled in for that Broncos game. They don't change over the crowd in between games, you know what I mean? So if you came for the Broncos-Warriors game, you've still got tickets for this one. And you had tickets for the Titans-Knights game. That doesn't change. They don't clear people out and bring new people in. It looks like all the Warriors supporters have cleared out of the facility, and it's absolutely dead crowd for this game. So that's the problem with Magic Round. It's a nice concept, but for the visuals, it doesn't quite work out as expected. Unless there's a way that they can figure out how to do it where it's all in the same city, but in different stadiums. A couple of games, one game over here, one game. Like, I know that the Gabba's not, I think the Gabba got torn down, didn't it? So one game at Suncorp, one game at the Gabba, you can't really do it anymore. But when they get the new stadium built, maybe that's something that they look at. They can share the crowds around a bit. Second half is underway anyway, and the Panthers have first use of it. 12 points to 0, they lead. It was a little bit deflating there on the stroke of half-time. We thought the Dragons had got a try. Halfway through the set, nice and early here, the Panthers. J-Dog, ahoy, mate. It's always like that once the Warriors and Broncos, it's full, but after that, it's not full. And yes, the Suncorp crowd is very, very scarce at the moment. Cleary from inside the 40, puts the kick downfield, taken on the full by Gutho. He's been secure tonight, Gutho, winding back the clock. Oh, sorry, I just gave the Panthers an extra point. My bad. It's very easy sometimes to... I'm waving my arms around and sometimes accidentally hit the button. Whoops, 13. No, that's not meant to be. My bad. Dragons bring it out to the 40-meter line. 2 tackles left on the halfway. Cook goes short. 6 more tackles late in the count. Couchman plays at 35 out. Inside ball for Stewart. Hamish Stewart. He's been strong tonight. 25 out from the line now on play 2. Dragons building here. Couchman goes again. Takes it inside the 20, right in front of the posts. Cook goes left for Flanagan. Short ball for Gula. And Gula taken down 5 meters out. 2 tackles left. Cook goes very, very flat for Josh Kerr. Held up a meter out from the line now, 5th and last. Cook sends it to the right for Flanagan. Atkinson for Gutherson. Shape out to the right. Sully brought down by Casey McLean and Milky Jenkins. They just couldn't get anything going there. The Dragons handover a couple of meters out from the Panthers line. Their goal line defense holds firm. Casey McLean a little upright. Dragons driving back towards the goal line. They're staying in the fight, the Dragons. Edwards can't get away from the tackle. Brian To'o now steps in field, beats Damien Cook. No, Cook holds on. Swings him down by the pants. Quick play the ball, though. McLean down the left edge. 40 metres out from their line. Play 4. Lussick goes back in field. And that's the 5th and last now for the Panthers. They end up with 40 metres off that set. Nathan Cleary puts the high ball up. Contestable. Lost forward by Tuivasa-Sheck. Christian Tuivasa-Sheck puts it down. Nathan Cleary with the high ball. Tuivasa-Sheck spills his beans. Adjudicated to have gone forward. The Panthers full set of 6 now. 30 metres out. Could this be the hammer blow? Jenkins, one out from the scrum. Steps inside Atkinson. Missed tackle number 6,043 from Atkinson. Set restart Panthers. Papali'i. 5 metres out. Now Yo in midfield. Held up in the tackle. 10 metres out. Lussick sends it right for Cleary. Shows it inside once. Drops it off the second time for Tungle. Halfway through the set here, the Panthers. Yo at first receiver for Cleary. Dummies inside. Goes out for McLean. Casey angles back in. 5 metres out. He stands in the tackle. Looks to get the quick play the ball in. Could be another set restart there. Oh, lucky. Dragons lucky. Papali'i held up 5th and last. 10 metres out. Cleary in midfield. Through the hands he goes. Edwards. Now he puts the chip in over the top for To'o, but he's run in behind his own man. He made it awkward there, Dylan Edwards. And a simple handover there for the Dragons. 12 points to 0 it stays. Set 2-2. Bringing it back for the Dragons. 12-0 though. We all thought it would be substantially bigger than this. The J-Dog says the Dragons are done for the season. It certainly hasn't been the annihilation. We talked about how it could go. A multitude of ways that it could go. Gula infield for Flanagan. Held up by Tungo on the halfway line. 5th and last for the Dragons. Atkinson gets the kick downfield. Jenkins backs up for it. Takes it on the full. 5 out from his own line. Jenkins heading back into midfield. Surrenders in the tackle on the 20. Ice it all. The game is most certainly not over yet. It's only 2 converted tries. 2 converted tries can be snapped up just like that. Alamotti up to the 40. And now Sorensen. 2 tackles left on the halfway line. He plays it. Yo goes short. And a big charge there from Liam Henry. Bumps off 1. 5th and last. Talangi at pace. Cutout ball for McLean on the left. McLean goes straight through. Feeds it back inside for Papali'i. And Isaiah Papali'i will dive over and score. And they made that look way too easy there, the Panthers. Way too simple. Isaiah Papali'i. They run it on the 5th and last down the short side. Casey McLean sliding through, draws in the fullback and puts Papali'i over. Beautiful ball from Talangi. McLean cuts back in field, draws in Gutherson. Papali'i scores. Easy as you like. It's a training drill. It is a training drill. Try confirmed. 16 points to 0. The kick to come. Walk in the park, says Robert Peters. ARW says the Kiwis are looking like World Cup favourites at the time being, just quietly. They're going to have a solid team, aren't they? New Zealand will have a very, very solid team to roll out for the World Cup. Nathan Cleary, 15 metres to the left of the posts to put the Panthers up. 3 converted tries right down the middle. Right down the middle. 18 points to 0. I still need Edwards. I still need McLean. I still need Talangi. Maybe it'll open up now in the second half for the Panthers. The heads will drop, you think. The Dragons, they put up a good fight for 50 minutes. You just wonder if the heads will drop now. Dragons with the restart. Down to the right corner for Edwards, who gives it to Sorensen for the hit up. 18 points to 0. Tries to Milky Jenkins, 2. And Isaiah Papali'i with the most recent one. Odd Poppet, welcome back. You're back, and yep, you thought this is what you'd return to. Papali'i, the try scorer. Carries it outside the 30 or thereabouts for the Panthers. Halfway through this set, Sorensen. Cleary will kick now on play 4 from inside the 40 and finds the space in between Gutherson and 2. Gutherson pops it up for 2. Steps inside McLean, gets away from Talangi, gets through Jenkins. Set to 2 with a good kick return. Out to the 40-metre line. That's better from the Dragons. Now they take it up the middle. 10 short of halfway. Gutherson. Max Hayes, thank you very much for the super chat, mate. Much appreciated. A big thumbs up. 40 out from the line here. The Dragons on play 5. They come right side for Atkinson. Puts the high ball up. McLean's under it. Jenkins comes forward for it. It's claimed by Hamish Stewart. And then it's spilt. Panthers will get possession here. It was on for a second there for the Dragons, but they couldn't quite finish it off. And yeah, I've got to say, as a Shark supporter, when Daniel Atkinson got signed by the Dragons, I thought to myself, oh God, we've let another one go. Another one. Because the Sharks have a history of letting guys go. Example. Oh, hang on. Dylan Edwards straight up the middle. Into the Dragons half. He goes. Quick play the ball on play 4. Lussick for Cogger infield. Cleary. Cut out pass for Alamotti. Gets on the outside of his man. Alamotti with 1 to beat. In and away on Gutherson. Feeds it to Sorensen. And Damien Cook is back there for the try saver. 5th and last. Cleary now chips it in behind the line. And it's battered dead by Atkinson. Goal line dropout incoming. The Panthers, just like that, they can turn it on. Alamotti gets on the outside. Damien Cook with the try saver. Pressure still on for the Dragons, though. Goal line dropout incoming. They go deep with the restart. It sits up on the 40 for Cleary. Panthers back on the attack now. Henry plays it. Cleary wants it on the left, and it's been spilt. Dragons off the hook. Ivan Cleary visibly frustrated there in the coach's box. You do not see that very often. Odd Poppet. Welcome to the bench warmers, my friends. Thank you very much. YouTube channel membership. Odd Poppet, have you always been a bench warmer, or have you upgraded or downgraded? Have you switched tiers? 6 again here for the Dragons. I mean, not to put you on the spot at all, of course. I hope you didn't interpret it that way, mate. If you've upgraded, great. If you've downgraded, great as well. You're still there and you're still supporting. So it's all good either way. I was just curious. Damien Cook, 20 metres out from the line now on play 3. Flanagan for Atkinson. They shift right. Gutherson through the hands now for Buchanan. Taken down 10 metres out. Atkinson back into midfield for Gula. Turns. Can't offload. 5th and last now for the Dragons. 10 out in midfield. They go left. Flanagan. Short ball for Holmes. Can't get the arms free. Alamotti with the tackle. Wrapping the ball up. And that was just beautiful. Val Holmes couldn't get the arms out. CPTA Australia. Ahoy. Welcome along over there on the Twitch. Panthers. Why do you really feel like the Panthers are just going through the motions here? I said it in the first half. I'm like, are they treating this like a training drill? And like, no disrespect to the Dragons, but you really get the feeling like the Panthers are just trying stuff here for the sake of trying stuff. I mean, 20 metres out from the line in wet weather conditions in that first half, and Cleary on play 2 puts a grubber kick in. That just doesn't happen. The kick downfield now taken by Gutherson. And Gutho brings it back to the 20 here for the Dragons. Brandon Walkerat, you need Moses Leota to score a try. But it is the Dragons with the ball at the moment. 25 and a half to go. And, yeah, it's a funny old game. Funny old game. Odd Poppet says pretty much every Penrith game this season has just been training day. 5th and last, Atkinson gets the kick away. Was he taken out after the kick? No, says the referee. Edwards claims it on the 10. And it's a good kick chase by Gula in midfield. Tilo, ahoy there over there on Twitch. Welcome along. Repeti Paval says, you're right. Jogging run for the Panthers. Yeah, it's been a really weird game for the Panthers. I know that the conditions are wet and they traditionally don't play well in wet weather, but I feel like they're not even trying, really. Alamotti now taking a ground 10 short of halfway. Play 4. Edwards for Talangi. Sending it left for Papali'i, who fends away from Atkinson. Missed tackle number 8,042 for Atkinson tonight. He's been really poor. 5th and last, Cleary puts the high ball up. Gutherson comes forward for it on the 20. Attacks the ball and claims it. But leading the kick chase, Casey McLean. 24 minutes to go. 18-0 Panthers. You do feel like the Panthers are taking it a little bit easy at the moment, but, you know, I say that without trying to take anything away from the Dragons. Not trying to take anything away from them at all. Atkinson heads across field for Gutherson now to beat it on for Leiataua, and Holmes in and away on Alamotti, beats him, offloads back. And Tui Pelotu goes to ground now, 10 metres into the Panthers half, 5th and last. Flanagan on halfway, puts the high ball up. It's a little too deep. Edwards will claim it on the 10 and head back in field. Brings it out to the edge of the 20. Mr. Reliable, Dylan Edwards. Panthers back in possession. Here's Jenkins up the middle. Not really throwing too much of caution to the wind here, the Panthers. I suppose they don't really need to, do they? Casey McLean up to the 40. Jenkins, 2 tries. Papali'i, the other try for the Panthers. Cleary now short for Cogger. Keeps the ball up for Garner, who spins in the contact of Holmes. Back into midfield for the 5th and last. 40 metres out. Cleary now puts the high ball up, straight down the middle. Contestable kick, this one. Jenkins takes it. Jenkins holds onto the ball. Flicks it out the back for Talangi, who knocks it on. Blaze Talangi can't hold on. Jenkins, with an impressive effort in the air, wins the ball, holds it in one arm, looks for the offload, keeps the arm up above the tackle, gets the offload, and Talangi can't hold on. That would have been Blazer's try, I reckon. 21 minutes, 40 still to go. Oh, penalty here for the Dragons. High contact. Still 21 and a half minutes to go. Hey, they could come back. Panthers don't want to go to sleep too much, as the rain seems to be continuing to come down here. The Dogs enthusiast, you honestly thought Penrith would have put 60 plus on the Dragons, who find touch inside the Panthers half. Infield for Ryan Couchman, 40 metres out from the line. 21 minutes to play. Gula pops it up for Couchman. 30 metres out now. Slow play the ball. Dominant tackle from the Panthers. Flanagan turns it inside for Leiataua. And Luciano carries it to the 20. Halfway through the set here, the Dragons. Flanagan heads across field. Links up with Atkinson. Gutherson out the back. Steps in field. Gets away from McLean. Keeps it alive for Cook. Bends away from Cleary. But he's brought down by Lussick. 10 metres out, right in front of the posts. Atkinson, short ball for Egan. Well read by the Panthers defence. 5th and last, a couple of metres out. Atkinson across field for Flanagan. Quick hands. Flanagan wraps around. They've got a 3-on-1. They must score out on the left, the Dragons. Oh, Dylan Edwards gets across with Alamotti. But Tuipulotu with too much power. The Dragons are on the board. They did their best. They did their utmost best to mess that up, the Dragons. But they finally get there. 20 minutes to go. Here comes the comeback. It's on. Still 19 minutes to play. Christian Tuipulotu gets a try. Valentine Holmes from the sideline to keep a small glimmer of hope for the Dragons. They've got to go with them in sixes. Holmes takes it 25 metres back. He's right on the sideline. Puts it on target. Valentine Holmes puts it through. It's 18 points to 6. Dragons hanging tough. New kids on the block style. Eighteen and a half minutes to play. Christian Tuipolotu, too much power. Edwards with the restart. Can the Dragons answer with some more and make a game out of this? Gula, straight up the middle. I've got to be honest, it's been a dire old game as far as watching. Been a dire old game. I don't really know what to put that down to, but whether it's been the conditions, whether the Panthers haven't really taken this game seriously, I feel like that's part of it. No disrespect at all to the Dragons, but I really do feel like Penrith didn't really take this game all that seriously as Leiataua runs through Nathan Cleary, brings it up to the 40. Great carry by Luciano, and then he knocks the ball on. Oh, he did all the hard work, and then he tries to get up and play it too quickly, and he spills it. A great effort there with a big carry, bending the line, breaking the tackle of Cleary, and then the frustration as he drops the ball at the last moment. Panthers get the scrum 40 meters out in midfield. "17 minutes left in the game. Jenkins takes tackle one. Lussick brings it left for Papali'i. Angles back in field again. They're keeping it in that middle channel here, the Panthers. 35 meters out. Cogger goes short. And Liam Henry. Another 6 again, is it for the Panthers? No, halfway through the set. Cogger to the 20, out the back for Cleary. Papali'i dummies back in field for Talangi. Goes to ground now, 16 and a half to play. 20 meters out now on play 4. Talangi takes the line on. Put on his back, 5th and last, 10 meters out. Cleary, right in front of the post, puts the crossfield kick in for Alamotti, but it's taken by Val Holmes. No contest in the end. Alamotti couldn't get through. Dragons back in possession. 18 points to 6. 16 minutes to play. Are the Panthers... Okay, here's another question. 51% possession in favor of the Dragons. That's insane. But anyways, we talked about the potential of the Panthers maybe taking the game too lightly. Here's another option. What if they are purposely controlling the margin in this game so as not to give too much away to the other teams? So who have the Panthers got next week? Big defense here on Dylan Edwards, driven back to the 20-meter line. I just wonder if they're keeping a lot of reserves in the tank. Because if they came out and flogged the Dragons by 60, say, our Panthers have got a bye next week. Okay, who do they play after that? Who have the Panthers got next? Because you know what I'm trying to say? If they come out and do exactly as expected and flog the ever-living bollocks off the Dragons, whoever they've got coming up next goes, yes, they're the real deal. Of course, they're the real deal, but they're even better than we expected. Whereas if they play a little bit trash, the opposition might see a vulnerability and not do as much of a warm-up into the next game. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility as well. Val Holmes out of dummy half. I'm just reminded, the reason I say that is I'm reminded of the great Richie McCaw. The great Richie McCaw used to say in interviews that the All Blacks, when they were playing teams that they were expected to beat and that they knew they comfortably had the game in control, they used to purposely, this is their captain now coming out after he's retired in tell-all interviews and saying, we used to in games that we knew we had comfortably in control, purposely turn the ball over to practice our defense in a live match setting. We would purposely turn it over in certain situations, on our goal line, inside the 22, on halfway, different scenarios. They would use it like a live training drill. And I'm not saying that is what's happening, but I'm saying it's a potential. Like, that's the greatest All Blacks captain of all time coming out in interviews and saying that was a tactic that we did to train. So I'm just throwing it out there. Kick goes downfield, taken by Jenkins. He fires a hospital ball out to Edwards, who does well to break away from the tackle, and he's still fighting his way upfield. Dylan Edwards. Nice kick return out to the 40. Jenkins to halfway. 13 and a half minutes to play. To'o. Up over halfway. 40 meters out now. Halfway through the set here, the Panthers. Yo at first receiver. Gets through the line. Dragged down from behind by Leiataua. 25 meters out. Cleary. Steps back in field. Switches direction out for Leiataua on the right. Leiataua gets away from Pacific Tonga. Takes the fifth and last. Cogger out of dummy half. Into the 10. Fires it over to the left for Smith. Papali'i for Talangi wrapping around the back. Big cutout pass left for Jenkins. Puts the kick in, and the Dragons dive on it. Driven back into the in goal for a goal line dropout. Beautiful work there from the Panthers. Odd Poppet, you were only here for the Drongos game today, to be honest. Well, it was the highlight of the night. It was the main event of Magic Round, absolutely no question. Warriors versus Broncos. Going into the weekend, it was the biggest game. It was definitely the highlight of the weekend. Either way, as the Dragons go deep with the restart. 12 minutes to go, Moses Leiataua winds up. 35 meters out from the line here, the Panthers. Smith takes on Atkinson. Atkinson does well. That's his first tackle of the night, I think. Cogger from dummy half. Gets it back to Yo. Edwards now in midfield from a standing start. Edwards held up by Cook and Leiataua 10 meters out. Cleary to Talangi. Quick hands for Papali'i. 5 meters out here, the Panthers. 2 tackles left. Cogger infield for Cleary, out the back for Edwards. Space out to the right. Alamotti with a 2-on-1. Feeds it to To'o, and Brian To'o scores. 22 points to 6. The training recommences. Brian To'o in the right corner. That was way too easy. $22 points to 6, 10 minutes 45 to go. And I am now starting to think even more that they are purposely playing within themselves. I'm so sorry, St. George Illawarra Dragons. I'm so sorry. Because I know how disrespectful that is. But I'm afraid it might be true. Ten minutes left in this game. 22 points to 6. Panthers over the Dragons. The kick to come from the sideline. Lots of practice from out wide tonight for Nathan Cleary. Cleary taking his time with this one. Strikes it on target. Nathan Cleary hits the post and bounces away. 22-6 it remains. Robert Peters disappointed, Dan, but it was expected. Unfortunately so. DL says Cleary should have a sponsor on that electrical tape. That's pretty funny, man. That's pretty funny. Yeah, because I actually used to, when I used to go to festivals and stuff, I used to put my mates' bands, I would put their sticker on my bandana whenever I would go out to gigs. Nathan Cleary should absolutely have a head tape sponsor. Papali'i now carries out to the 30. 9 minutes to go in this game. Panthers have it firmly in control now. Edwards. Put on his back in a dominant tackle. 2 left here for the Panthers. Yo. Up the middle. Goes to ground 10 short of halfway. 5th and last. They come down this near side. Talangi puts the kick in. And it bounces up for Gutherson at the back. Gutho has it on the 10. He stays short side. Crunched in the tackle by Casey McLean. Casey absolutely folds him. Dragons trapped inside their own 20. Beautiful kick chase. Beautiful hit. Set 2-2 in midfield. 8.5 minutes to play. Tuipulotu gets through Cleary, gets on the outside of the second tackle. To'o it was. They drive him towards the sideline and he loses the ball. Big defense from the Panthers. Forcing the mistake. They'll captain's challenge here. The Dragons with the captain's challenge. Tuipulotu was shown the sideline. They dragged him across it. Antoine, you need Casey and Cleary to win. I'm not going to win mine. 8 minutes to go. Still need Edwards. Still need McLean. Still need Talangi. It ain't happening. Not for me. Panthers, solid defense. Showing Tuipulotu the sideline. And then they pushed him so close. He had no choice but to drop the ball back in field. They're supporting the on-field decision. It'll be Panthers ball. 8 minutes to play. Panthers ball. Challenge inconclusive. Dragons will retain. But the Panthers do get the ball. That was the on-field call. So, Odd Poppet and Gamer Mel, both channel members, both in the YouTube chat right now. How does it feel, you two? The only 2 people in existence with a cheeky little shared link of Wasted Water Sports music. You're in a special little group, all of your own, you two. 25 meters out from the line, the Panthers. Pacific Itonga's up quickly on Lindsay Smith. Shuts that play down before it even has a chance to begin. Halfway through their set. Yo. Dummies. Angles out towards the right touchline. He's brought down 25 meters out. 2 tackles left for the Panthers. They stay right edge. Edwards will kick early. In behind Tuipulotu. And Tuipulotu bats it dead. Goal line dropout here for the Dragons. 7 minutes left to play. Goal line dropout for the Dragons. They send it deep again. Up to halfway for Cleary. And he gives it to Leiataua for the hit up. Moses Leiataua winds up. 35 out from the line in midfield. Moses plays it. Smith Gets on the outside of Atkinson, brings him down from behind. Cogger from dummy half. Cleary, dummies inside. Goes short out to the right for Garner. Flick pass out the back for Leiataua, wrapping around. Cleary keeps it on the right. No. Drops it off inside for Edwards. And Dillon comes back in field. Up the middle. 10 metres out. Halfway through the set here, the Panthers. Cogger for Cleary. Dummies right. Steps back in field. 2 tackles left here for the Panthers. Cogger. They're up quickly on Leiataua, but he gets away from the tackle of Cook. Leiataua brought down by Leiataua. 5th and last, and Cogger loses it. Dragons come away with it. Knock on there from Cogger. 22 points to 6, 6 minutes to go. Gutherson looking to play quickly. Oh, that's a huge hit from Cogger, trying to make up for that mistake. And Ryan Couchman now. Toby Couchman first, Ryan Couchman this time, and they've both been hit aggressively by the Panthers' defense. 5.5 minutes to go, and the defense is not letting up. Josh D. Pens, greetings from the USA. Ahoy, Josh. Oh, one of the Dragons is leaving the field there. Didn't see who it was. Hospital ball across the face of the defense there for Buchanan, who's hit by Jenkins and does well to maintain his feet. 5th and last, Atkinson gets the kick away from his own 30, taken on the full by Edwards, and Dillon brings it back to halfway. Fantastic field position here for the Panthers. To'o getting involved in some work in midfield. Still going To'o. 40. Oh, he thinks about offloading too, the cheeky bugger. Back in field here for Smith. Spins out of the first tackle, and he's held up by Pacific Tonga, 30 metres out midfield. Blaze Talangi kicks early here, in behind the line. Jenkins chasing through, and it's taken into touch by Setutu. Goal line dropout here for the Dragons. Leniat Perez says, do you think Jenkins will play for Origin? Honestly, I don't think so. I understand the argument for having him in there. I just don't think he will be. Maybe, actually, I have seen reports pop up in the chat room that apparently Latrell Mitchell's been ruled out. That might change things. As the Dragons go short and the Panthers claim the loose ball. Garner spills it in contact. Dragons come away with it. Dragons now in open space, up outside the 30. Taken down from behind by Jenkins. So I've heard reports. I haven't seen them myself, but apparently a lot of people are saying that Latrell Mitchell's officially been ruled out of State of Origin 1. So, I mean, that might change things a little bit. Honestly, I'm probably... Yeah, I might be bringing the Fox in, to be honest. I might be bringing the Fox in to play wing. Anyway, Atkinson puts the high ball up. Edwards loses it backwards, collects it on the second attempt. 2 minutes 40 left to play. Catch you later, Robert Peters. Cheers, mate. It's been an absolute slog for the Dragons supporters. 2.5 minutes to go. To'o dancing around in midfield. Quick play the ball now for Cogger to go to Alamotti. Panthers out to the 20. 2 tackles left. Moses Leiataua gets another 10 metres. 5th and last now. They're still inside their own 30. Blaze Talangi will put it high down the middle of the field. And Setutu loses it. Well, that sums it up for the Dragons. Sums up their night. Sums up their whole year. Setutu under no pressure. No pressure at the back. Drops the ball cold. Panthers will go on the attack. That sums up the Dragons in a nutshell right there. A dominant set of 6 defensively. They kept the Panthers pinned inside their own 30. Setu drops the ball off the kick under no pressure. There was no kick chase. So there you go. Gamer Mel just read the news. He's ruled himself out due to a back injury on Friday. And we did see Friday night footy, Latrell Mitchell left the field early. And we did wonder, because he looked in a bit of discomfort. So there you go. Well, I've got to say then, maybe you go, James Tedesco comes in at fullback and Dylan Edwards plays on one of the wings. But it's the centres where the issues are, isn't it? Cogger goes short for Cleary, draws in the man and puts Luke Garner in a gaping hole. Panthers score again. Luke Garner. $26 points to 6, kick to come. Inside the final 40 seconds. Yeah, so there's that's interesting. Now that's very interesting. What do the New South Wales Blues do to fill that gap, that gigantic Latrell Mitchell-shaped gap in the centres? I was just thinking maybe you play Tedesco at fullback and Edwards on the wing, but then what do you do in the centres? That doesn't fix anything, so never mind. I'll have to have a think about that. I'll have to have a think. Anyways, by the time I've had a thought about it, the actual teams will be announced tomorrow morning. 26 points to 6. Time is up on the clock as Nathan Cleary lines this up. Taking all the time in the world allotted to him. Cleary puts it down the middle. Conversion successful. Well, it certainly wasn't the shellacking that we thought it would be, but it's a dominant win in the end anyway. 28 points to 6. The Panthers over the Dragons to finish Magic Round. What a weekend it's been. I managed to sneak in every single game except for the Titans versus the Knights. I had intended to do it, but I woke up about 5 minutes before kickoff, so it was never going to happen. But I don't think we missed too much by missing the Knights and the Titans anyway, did we? Let's be honest. No offense to either one of those teams, but I don't think we missed a whole lot. 3 days to regroup. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we're back at it again Thursday night. Hang on. Is there a Thursday night game this week? Yes, there is, isn't there? There is a Thursday night game this week. Raiders versus Dolphins. Yeah, so there you go. Sweet. Raiders, Dolphins. Perfect. All right, Wasted Water Sports crew, thank you so much for joining me. Magic Round officially draws to a close. I can't promise anything, but I might. It's only 8 o'clock at the moment. I might possibly do a cheeky little video later, a pre-recorded one with my predicted Origin squad. I might. We'll see. Thank you so much. I'll catch you guys later. Wasted Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok, each and every weekend. wastedsports.com.au. Catch you guys Thursday. Cheers.
sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union is all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. Sideline jokes and post-match tales, all the big goofs and epic fails. We're not so serious and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our steins. Ahoy! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Wasted world of sports, here's to more cheers. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer.